Tonight in Atlanta with the same goal. It's the Phillies and the Braves coming up on Monday Night Baseball. Tonight from Turner Field in Atlanta, we welcome you to ESPN's Monday Night Baseball as the Atlanta Braves entertain the Philadelphia Phillies in the Braves home opener. It's the first meeting of the season between two ball clubs who may well be battling for the pennant in September. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to Atlanta. I'm Dave O'Brien, along with my partner, Rick Sutcliffe. Delighted you're with us as we premiere Monday Night Baseball 2006. And Sud, Philadelphia certainly started slowly, not too quick out of the gate. But if their slugger, Ryan Howard, who was the National League Rookie of the Year a season ago, and that was basically just a half season worth of slugging to get there, if he starts getting going, look out for Philadelphia.
I'll tell you one thing. When he hits the baseball, it stays in the air a long time. A very confident young man. And the Philadelphia Phillies are very confident in him. So much so that they traded Jim Thomson to make room. Why did they do that? Well, last year in just over 300 at-bats, he hit 22 home runs. 10 of those came in the month of September, setting a Major League rookie record. That's the reason he was the National League Rookie of the Year.
Well, the Braves are coming off a wild West Coast swing to open up defensive. Yet another National League East flag out on the West Coast. Things didn't go terribly well, particularly for Chipper Jones. He is out with an injury for an undetermined period of time. A nasty spill yesterday in San Francisco. We'll have more on that later. But Andrew Jones is healthy. He's coming off a great season. 51 homers and 8th consecutive Gold Glove. That was good enough for just second in the MVP balloting.
Yeah, I too voted for Albert Pujols last year. I thought he was the most valuable player. But when you take a closer look at the numbers, no one provided more offensively and defensively than did Andrew Jones. He won his 8th consecutive Gold Glove. You know he saved a lot of runs there. He also drove in and scored a lot more runs than any other center fielder in the National League. This very well could be Andrew Jones' year to win that MVP award.
Well, it's time to bring in Aaron Andrews, and for more on this, Aaron, certainly a lot more for Andrew Jones to have to carry as far as that offense is concerned with Chipper hurt.
That's right, Opie. Remember, it was last June when Chipper went down, and a lot of Andrew's teammates challenged him to step up and become a leader. He did just that, and he told me today a lot of people thought he matured. He simply felt things just fell into place. Whatever the case may be, he hasn't missed a beat this season, and like you mentioned, Opie, he will need to continue that with Chipper out of the lineup.
Aaron, thanks. So two of the National League's big-time home run threats will tee it up tonight. Andrew Jones, an established all-star and a household name. Those are two things very much coveted by the newest star in the baseball sky, Philadelphia's Ryan Howard.
Some things never change.
Look at this kid. Spence, what's going on?
How's the Army treating you? It's good. It's real good.
What do they got you doing? Like jumping out of planes? Or?
No, I'm working with computers.
Oh, computers?
Well, you could have done that here, right?
Yeah.
Not really.
See how Army training gives you strength for now, strength for later at GoArmy.com.
Let's grab some McDonald's.
You buying?
Why do I always have to buy?
Because you're the one with the fancy job.
And the fancy tie. You know what? There. No, you're the one who's buying.
The tie did touch you last.
Money's tight these days. Good thing there's McDonald's Dollar Menu. Get a juicy double cheeseburger or other favorites for only $1.
A John Deere 100 series can be yours starting at $13.99. Welcome to the John Deere neighborhood. Now available in more stores than ever. See the full line at johndeere.com.
Dude, we are so stoked.
One hell of a morning, dude. Let's rock, dude.
10-4.
Hey, dude, I think that dude wants you.
Well, that's just the pilot.
Dude, not the pilot?
No. I've never done this before. But I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night.
Stay smart. Stay at a Holiday Inn Express.
May 1st is your last chance to save.
during the Lincoln Mercury Signature Sales Event. Sign your name and lease any Lincoln with zero cash due, including the new Lincoln Zephyr, mid-size luxury with an interior cabin that's miles ahead of Cadillac and Mercedes. Drive Lincoln Zephyr now with zero first month's payment, zero down payment, and zero cash due for only $364 a month. Hurry, the Lincoln Mercury Signature Sales Event ends May 1st.
1, 2, down, up, and down. 1, 2, down, up.
Warning. Use caution when wearing Tag body spray in the vicinity of a multi-hottie pet pyramid, because cheerleaders can be aggressive. Be aggressive.
Introducing Tag body spray for guys. Consider yourself warned.
All right, kids, today we're going to rob a home run, and this is how it's done.
Major League Baseball Charities is a proud partner of Boys and Girls Clubs of America.
Come on, you got to rob that.
You guys want to know about the Rally Cab? Make a big W. This is an important part of baseball.
Through programs like RBI and Rookie League, they bring baseball and softball to kids around the world.
Ooh, you're supposed to jump.
Together, they create a positive place for kids.
Come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh.
ESPN's Monday Night Baseball, brought to you by the United States Army, an Army of One, and McDonald's.
Tonight's game is available in high definition on stunning ESPN HD. A picture-perfect night here in Atlanta, 68 degrees, a cloudless blue sky. It's the Braves home opener taking on the Philadelphia Phillies. Philly is 1-5 in the early going. The Braves at 3-4. Coming up tonight on Monday Night Baseball, we talk hitting streaks. Jimmy Rollins just made a spirited run, but will anyone ever approach Joe DiMaggio? Sut gets the scoop on Chipper Jones' injury from the man himself. And speaking of streaks and the man, Cal Ripken Jr. is our special guest in the booth later on this evening. All coming up on Monday Night Baseball. Look at the son of a Pentecostal preacher there, Charlie Manuel, the skipper of the Philadelphia Phillies. He was born in a car on the way to his grandmother's house in West Virginia. One of 11 children, 6 boys, 5 girls, and Charlie says, I had a bunch of older sisters. I had to wear hand-me-downs. I had boys carrying my books home from school until I was 12 years old. Here's the lineup card that he carried out tonight. Jimmy Rollins, the all-star shortstop. He leads off. His 38-game hitting streak ended last Thursday. Bobby Abreu is sizzling right now at 409. And the second baseman, Chase Utley, had a breakout season in 05.
He really did. When you look at the numbers, he hit 291, 28 homers, 105 RBIs, 16 stolen bases. That is a lot of production from any position, let alone getting that from second base. We saw him a lot in the World Baseball Classic. He will have another big year.
Pat Burrell drove in 117 runs last season. The combination of Abreu, Howard, and Burrell could all reach that mark by season's end. And they are taking on the right-hander John Thomson, the 6'3", 220-pounder, getting the start tonight for Atlanta. Last season, Thomson went 4-6, an ERA of 4.47. He made 17 starts. Now, this was not supposed to be his spot in the Atlanta rotation. He replaces the disabled lefty Horacio Ramirez.
Yeah, that disabled list is getting a little crowded for Bobby Cox and those Atlanta Braves, but they have a lot of confidence in Thomson. And Bobby Cox talked about it earlier this year when we did opening day in L.A. He said we need depth in the starting rotation. That's where Thomson was at that time. He has been terrific since he became an Atlanta Brave. He's 3-0 with a 2.20 for Bobby Cox against the Phillies since then.
You mentioned that disabled list for Bobby Cox, though, starting to get a few more folks on it, and that includes Chipper Jones just before tonight's game as Thomson and the Braves take the field for the home opener for Atlanta. The Atlanta Braves made the announcement that Chipper Jones has gone on the disabled list with a grade 1 sprain to the knee and the ankle after that terrible thing we saw yesterday in San Francisco on that nasty wet grass. And Sut caught up with Chipper Jones and asked him before the game about that injury.
I talked to you earlier today when you were at the doctor's office. What'd you find out?
I have a sprain of my right knee and my right ankle, which is a lot better prognosis than I thought it was going to be. I heard a pop yesterday when I hit the ground, and last time I heard a pop, I was out for the entire season. So I'm pretty happy with a grade 1 or 2 sprain, and hopefully we can rehab and get back in there pretty soon.
I knew there was a problem as we take a look at the boot that is on that right ankle. I knew there was a problem when I called him today. I waited until late in the afternoon because I knew they got in late from the West Coast, And when he said he was at the doctor's office, that was not good. They weren't going to take x-rays or pictures, as he said, when it was just the ankle. They knew it was a high ankle sprain, but when all of a sudden he woke up this morning and it was his knee bothering more than the ankle, they knew right then they had problems, and I'm sure they did the right thing putting him on the disabled list. I know that's not what he wanted.
Chipper here and dressed. He did take part, although gingerly, in the pregame ceremonies for the home opener. Here's a look at Atlanta now defensively. Of course, Andrew Jones, that amazing total of 8 consecutive Gold Gloves. But Edgar Renteria has won a couple at shortstop.
Yeah, he has. But who was that guy in the Red Sox uniform a year ago when he led the majors with 30 errors? That's not the guy that you see here tonight. He is much more comfortable on this field, in this ballpark, in this league, the National League. He's back to being that all-star.
As far as made only 1 error, has been very solid. And Thomson into the windup for the first pitch on a beautiful night at Atlanta. And it's in there for a strike on Jimmy Rollins. And we are underway. Rollins' hitting streak was the 8th longest in Major League history, the one that came to an end just last week. He swings and rips that one into right field. So a base hit for Jimmy Rollins to get Philadelphia going here in the first inning. Philly just coming off a split of a doubleheader with the Dodgers. They won Game 1 on a 3-run 9th inning home run from Bobby Abreu. But they're off to a 1-5 start. Rollins, though, all smiles in the early going.
You know, we talk about Ichiro and we talk about Johnny Damon, and before this year is over with, as far as leadoff men are concerned, we will be putting Jimmy Rollins in that category. 38 straight. Everybody talked about it all year long. When all of a sudden that one ended, what did he do? Well, he's got another one started now.
So he's on in front of the center fielder Aaron Rowan, a new face in Philadelphia, acquired from the White Sox in a Jim Thome trade in November. As Rollins gets back in, Jimmy stole 41 bases last season, so you have to watch him very closely. As for Rowan, he had barely toweled off that champagne from the World Series celebration when he was traded from Chicago. Right now hitting .222 without a home run. And Thomson fires on the outside corner for a strike. Time for a look for the first time tonight at K-Zone. It's brought to you by Nationwide.
Well, we love having them back. You take a look at the sinking fastball by Thomson, but if he doesn't get it a little bit lower than that in the K-Zone, he's going to have problems with the rest of this lineup as he did with Rollins.
0-1, and Rollins already heading back to the bag at first base. And, of course, Ian Rowan. The Phillies get a solid defensive outfielder, kind of in the Lenny Dykstra mold. Very hard-nosed, fearless, a grinder type, a run into the walls kind of an outfielder.
Absolutely.
See Thomson and a little bit of sunshine on the hill. There goes Rollins. The pitch outside. The throw by McCann. The tag got him. Giles snapping the tag down, and Jimmy Rollins is cut down on a beautiful throw by McCann, the second-year catcher.
Well, you can see why their winning percentage with him behind home plate last year was much better than with anybody else. That is a great jump by Rollins. That's as tough a pitch to handle as you can get as a catcher. A breaking ball off the plate. He goes at it. He gets it down low. He comes up high, and a perfect, accurate throw to nail Rollins.
The 1-1 to Rowan, stroked into left field for a base hit. So the Phillies come out swinging the bats, but McCann certainly came out with the gun. And so Rowan is on at first base all by himself instead of first and third here. And that'll send up Bobby Abreu.
I was asking Bobby Cox before the game about McCann, and you know, in print we have seen him compared to Jason Varitek. I mean, that's quite a comparison. Bobby Cox said, you know what, he's more like a Mike Scioscia with power. Well, when you think of Mike Scioscia, you think of a good arm, you think of a good catcher, and a guy that could handle the staff. McCann was able to do that when he was 21, 22 years of age.
You mentioned the stat last year when McCann was behind the plate. Atlanta went 33-16. And you wonder why they traded Johnny Estrada. They felt very confident they could give away a veteran catcher to allow McCann to play that position on an everyday basis. Here's Abreu now. Really hot in the early going, as you see. 409 with a homer and 6 runs batted in. And Bobby coming off a banner 2005. Thomson fires down and in for a ball. Abreu scoring 100 runs, driving in 100 runs, and he also walked 100 times. And on top of all that, Bobby also won his first Gold Glove.
And you read 100 different times how many other teams were interested in acquiring him in the offseason. Talks of trading Abreu, which I think surprised everybody in Philadelphia.
The right-hander's 2-0 pitch in there for strike. The Braves also have a terrific young catcher, Saltalamacchia, in the minor leagues, and he is coming up right behind McCann. The Braves, as if they don't have enough prospects and haven't had enough stars win Rookie of the Year and develop into superstars like Andrew Jones, they have another great one coming. That pitch outside, a good eye by Abreu, certainly noted for that. It's 3-1.
I asked Bobby Cox before the game how to pronounce that young catcher's last name, and he said Salty.
Salties.
And you know, from what we hear, I mean, he's so talented that's what we will come to know him as. And then you got McCann. They're in pretty good shape at that spot.
So a hitter's count here for Abreu with Rowan on at first, a short lead for him. The 3-1, he went after it, fouled it off to the left. Pat Burrell on deck. Bobby Abreu, we talked about it at the top of the show, launching a 3-run homer in the 9th inning yesterday against the Dodgers. The Phillies were tied at the time. They're on their way to another loss, but pulled out the win because Abreu went yard for the first time.
And our buddies back there in Bristol at Baseball Tonight, they love that walk-off homer, and that was the first one of the year in all of baseball.
Bobby, by the way, a 303 career hitter against everybody, but only 269 against the Braves. There goes Rowan. Cut on and missed. He got him to throw down to second. The tag not in time. But Bobby Abreu strikes out swinging, and Rowan winds up with a theft against McCann as he steals second base. 2 down.
I tell you what, he flat out stole that base on his own. That's not a great jump right there. He had to make sure that Thomson went to home plate. And then all of a sudden, he just made up for it. That was a high fastball, a good pitch to handle, but Rowan just outran the throw.
So the cleanup man, Pat Burrell, to get in. At the moment, hitting .316, a pair of home runs. He's driven in 4. A man in scoring position with 2 down. No score here in the top of the first inning on a terrific night in Atlanta. Braves home opener. And that's in for a strike on Burrell.
This has been the biggest problem. This is what everybody in the clubhouse was talking about before the game for Philly, and their poor start has been hitting with runners in scoring position. People have been getting hits. There's guys hitting 300, 400. They've not been getting the hits here.
Philadelphia hitting 179 with men in scoring position. That's the lowest in the league right now. Burrell trying to pick up an RBI here. Took a hack fouler right back to the net. This is a big reason Philadelphia is stumbling into Atlanta at 1-5. It's the worst with men in scoring position in the big leagues.
And you know that will change, and hopefully the Phillies think that it will change quickly. You look at that lineup, you look at the veterans, David Bell and Lieberthal down there, the 7 and 8 spot, it'll turn around.
2 down, runner at second, 0-2 on Burrell, who strikes out frequently. That one down and in for a ball. Burrell, a fine year in 2005, drove in 117 runs. He hit 32 homers.
You know what the shocking thing about that, you mentioned he strikes out a lot, 160 last year, and over 70 of them were called looking. I mean, you'd like to see a young guy be more aggressive with pitches he could reach.
Way outside, he would not chase it. That evens the count at 2-2. We talked about Thomson replacing an injured pitcher in Horacio Ramirez, who is out right now with a hamstring injury suffered in his season debut. Thomson had injury questions, health questions himself in spring training, and some elbow problems. His status as far as making the team was up in the air, but he rallied late in the spring, earned himself a spot. Ground ball out to Renteria. He hoovers it up, and the side is retired. So Thomson gives up a couple of hits and a stolen base, but Renteria helps out in the end, and no harm done. The Phillies don't score, and the Braves are coming up.
You ready for some real NBA action? I'm coming to your house. Fathead is a huge wall graphic that brings all the action right to your room.
Did you call me a fathead?
Just peel it off and put it on your wall, and you can move it over and over. Move from this wall to that wall. Just like that. Rec room, basement, gym. You can't get to the store. Go to fathead.com and find all your favorite teams and players. Vince, Dwayne, Allen. Hey, Mello, you're going to want one of these. Nah, I don't think so. Hey, Fatheads are for only the biggest fans.
Go to fathead.com to check out all your favorite NBA, NFL, and NASCAR Fathead. Too big and bold for retail stores. Fathead can only be found at fathead.com. Officially licensed by the NBA, the NFL, and Players Inc. Fathead is a must for any true fan.
All you gotta do is go to fathead.com.
Fathead.com.
Hey, Mello, you're a fathead.
That is ESPN. This is mobile ESPN. This isn't like sports in your current phone, okay? It's a whole new phone service from ESPN with unique features like Gamecast and the fastest alerts and everything else you need to manage your fantasy teams. It's awesome. That's Neil Everett. Neil! Hey, it's Matty B. Any anchor jobs open? I got the microphone. Anything you can do? Put in a word for your buddy? No?
Switch to mobile ESPN today. Call 1-800-GET-ESPN.
All right, cool. Just call me.
Big Braves fan, President Carter, Jimmy Carter, and his lovely wife, Rosalind, taking in the Braves against the Phillies on the Atlanta Braves opening night here. Let's give you a look now at the starting lineup for Atlanta. It'll be Marcus Giles. He's walking a lot in the early going, Sutton. He's also a little nicked up with a thigh injury.
Well, he is. You know, he said that he had to play tonight. He knew that with Chipper out, how important he was to the lineup. He wanted to be here for the fans on opening day. You look at the run scored. He's not the catalyst that Furcal was a year ago. He doesn't have that kind of speed, but he can still get on base, and he can hit.
And it's Wilson Betemit manning third base in the absence of Chipper Jones up against the right-hander Brett Myers, the 6'4" right-hander, 238 pounds. Did a lot of good last season with 13 wins for the Phillies. And his first pitch of the night is in there for a strike on Marcus Giles.
He really did. It was a breakout year for the 25-year-old right-hander, former #1 pick. Hard to believe the last Phillies 20-game winner. You got to go back to 1982 and Steve Carlton.
He is a strikeout guy. Over 200 strikeouts in 2005. He led the Phillies with 21 quality starts. But now they're looking for him to make that jump to the next level as a #1 starter. Fires in a strike on Giles. Renteria next, and then Longerhands, the left fielder, with Andrew Jones, the cleanup man for Bobby Cox Braves. And tonight the Braves beginning their 40th season here in Atlanta, riding the incredible wave of 14 consecutive division titles. The 1-2 on the inside corner caught him looking, and Giles with an argument for Mark Carlson, but he is punched out by Myers, one man out. Now the defense, we said it for you, for Philadelphia. Burrow, Rowan, and Abreu in the outfield, and Rowan can go and get it with just about anybody.
He really can. He did it last year for the world champion Chicago White Sox. Look at that. In 157 games, only 3 errors. He is really a good fit for this ball club.
One man out for Edgar Renteria, looking at a strike at the moment, hitting .387. So an excellent start for the former Boston Red Sox and St. Louis Cardinal and Florida Marlins shortstop. In fact, he's hit in all 7 games for the Braves. Base is empty. Fouls that one back to the net. And in fact, Renteria also driving in a lot of runs for him in the early games, already with 10 RBIs. No score here in the first inning. We mentioned Renteria with just the 1 error committed so far at shortstop. After making 30 last year for Boston, the most in the majors.
You know, if we look at Andrew Jones there, hoping that he'll get a shot at Myers. Take a look at those wins, 42 career wins since his major league debut. Padilla, of course, is gone now from the Phillies.
Just outside for a ball. It's 1-2.
But I'll never forget a long time ago, Ron Peronowski, the pitching coach in the minor leagues with the Dodgers, talking about a kid drafted out of high school, as was the case with Myers. He said he needs 150 pro starts. Well, you know what? Entering last year, Myers had 149.
Little chopper. Rollins up and over, and in plenty of time to get Renteria. 2 down.
He stepped up last year with over 215 innings. You mentioned 208 strikeouts, 13 wins. I'd be shocked if he didn't win at least 15 games this year and possibly reach that 20-win mark, which hasn't been done in a long time for the Phillies.
He certainly has the stuff to do it, as you well know, son. 95 to 96 with a top-end fastball. He has a power curveball. It's down low for a ball on Longerhands. He's also in the possession of a pretty good changeup. He's had a lot of issues with mechanics over the course of his career, and some pretty celebrated disputes with pitching coaches because of that. It led to difficulties with various guys who filled that role, and some of those came back to haunt Myers last Wednesday in his season debut. He's been warned against this by others, but at times in that Cardinal game with the bases empty, he'd go from pitching from a full windup to pitching from a stretch to going back to the windup again.
You know what, though? I remember Hideo Nomo did that on a rainy night at Coors Field and threw a no-hitter.
Sure did. Down low, and it scoots by everybody. And in the on-deck circle, it's Andrew Jones. And of course, Chipper Jones would be in this spot in the lineup, batting third if he were healthy. But to recap, Chipper Jones, a nasty sprain of both his right knee and ankle on some wet turf in San Francisco yesterday, and he is on the disabled list. Could have been a lot worse as Langerhans takes ball 4. Let's go back to San Francisco. And a lot of complaints by the Braves tonight about the condition of that field.
Well, take a look at it. Look at the divot that his right foot leaves here. I mean, he's just coming in trying to pick up a ball barehanded. He's not trying to slide or anything. Everything gives out. I can't believe that his left ankle was not hurt as well. But Chipper said when he went down, he felt a pop. You know what? He felt that pop back in 1994. Take a look at what happened there. He had to have that left knee completely reconstructed. So this is really good news for Chipper and Atlanta.
He said, you know, I've had this run of injuries the last several seasons. I figured this was going to be much longer as far as the stay on the disabled list. When he heard that pop, the Braves scared for a while there. They were going to lose one of their star hitters. Of course, they've been getting a lot of offense, as you mentioned. The Braves are hitting .391 with men in scoring position. They've been scoring a ton in the early games. Of course, they've been giving up a lot of runs as well.
It is just hard to believe Chipper Jones is not in the lineup for Atlanta.
Andrew Jones is, and he went for the downs on that cut and missed it. The count 2-1. Last season when Chipper was on the disabled list, however, Andrew started to light it up. 17 homers in that span of 38 games. Drove in better than a run per game.
And oh yeah, he takes his glove to the park too.
Bounding ball to Bell. He'll fire on to second for the force to get Langerhans, and that retires the side. No runs or hits, so walk one man left. And when we come back, Ryan Howard will be batting second for Philadelphia.
Available features like 8-way power heated driver's seat, Bose premium sound system, and remote start with climate control. Introducing the all-new Impala. It's a whole new animal. Chevy Impala, an American revolution.
Good news. I got promoted. Better news. I got DirecTV. I have a $1,700 expense account.
I have over 1,700 movies a month.
I just got an assistant.
I just got 4 premium movie channels free for 3 months. Get over 155 channels for $29.99 a month. Call 1-800-DIRECTV.
Honey, sometimes when you go to sleep, you talk about a place.
I don't remember.
Can you tell me the best way to get to Silent Hill?
Why you want to go there?
On April 21st, a mother looking for answers will discover a truth
Where's my child?
Only the demon knows where she is.
too terrifying to believe.
Who are you?
I am the
Reaper. Silent Hill. Rated R.
What's that? Rabbit food? Business casual slacks? Chintz pillows? No more. Time to be a man again. And it starts in the shower. This gets you clean.
And it doesn't dry your skin.
Not dry. Nice.
And it looks like an oil can.
New Dial for Men body wash. Be a man. Take back the shower.
Introducing the new John Deere Select Series featuring 4-wheel steer. Maneuverability has reached the turning point. See our entire new line at johndeere.com.
Lovely night here in Atlanta as we go to the top half of the second inning. Rick Sutcliffe, Dave O'Brien, and Aaron Andrews with you. It is ESPN's Monday Night Baseball, and a pleasure to be with you. 68 degrees and on a cloud in the sky tonight as Chase Utley will get in a 0-0 game in the second inning. Hitting .250 right now without a home run. 3 runs batted in for Utley, who had a tremendous season last year with 28 home runs, but set that new left field wall at Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia has already cost him a home run. They've moved the fence back 5 feet and raised it 2.5 feet. He had a 9th inning double in a game last week that would have been a home run for sure. So there's a little give and take whenever you do something like that to a ballpark that has been noted as a home run hitter's haven.
Yeah, they needed to give a little bit back to the Philadelphia pitchers. That place was an absolute joke.
The 1-1 to Utley is popped up, foul out of play. Ryan Howard on deck.
He's not going to have any problem hitting home runs, that being Utley. We remember him in the Futures game back in Seattle in 01. He homered there. Hit a grand slam in the first game that he started in his second at bat. A lot of home runs, a lot of power displayed for Team USA, and as you mentioned, 28 last year.
Did not hit one against Atlanta. As he slices that one foul, he came up to hit 49 times for the Braves. And oddly enough, did not homer against the Braves staff. One of 3 men with over 100 runs batted in for Charlie Manuel and the Phillies a season ago. Another winning campaign for Philadelphia. They finished 2 games out of first place and 1 game off the wild card. Here's the 1-2 and almost hit him. All even at 2-2. And look at the 100 RBI men for the Philadelphia Phillies. Burrell, Utley, and Bobby Abreu. The first time 3 men have done it in the same squad in a long, long time for the Philadelphia Phillies. He fouls that one back to the very top of the screen.
Well, they were overall just a terrific offensive team. They scored over 800 runs. That was second in the National League. But when you look at the losses, look at what happened. Billy Wagner, gone. Jim Thomson, no longer there. I mean, you wonder. I mean, they didn't have to get much better last year, but how are they going to get better this year?
Soft roller, and Giles to his right will scoop, and on to LaRoche, gets the out. 4-3, 1 away. Time now for our SportsCenter 30 at 30 update. Let's go back to the studio and our man Bill Pito.
DNA testing failed to connect any members of the Duke University lacrosse team to the alleged rape of a stripper. This according to attorneys for the athletes. The attorneys say the test results prove their clients did not sexually assault and beat a stripper at a team party on March 13th. Ricky Williams' appeal of his drug suspension was heard today in front of NFL attorney Jeff Pash, who has not yet made a ruling. SportsCenter next at 11 p.m. Eastern. News all the time on ESPN News. Back to the game.
Bill, thank you very much. Just in time to see Ryan Howard step in, hitting .250 with a home run, the National League Rookie of the Year last season. And a guy, Seth, that may have gotten by some people, although at his size, it's almost impossible to believe that. At 6'4", 252 pounds, and terrific power. Outside for a ball, trying to propel the Phillies into October, where they've been just once since 1983. A guy who had only a handful of at-bats, 28 at-bats, before the 1st of July, and then went on to hit 22 home runs and run away with the Rookie of the Year. He fouls that one away.
I get a big kick out of talking to him, man. He's a kid with a lot of confidence, and I mean, he just continues to get better. He was the organizational player of the year the 2 years before last year, and then you look at that.
First Rookie of the Year for Philadelphia since Scott Rowland in '97. Softly trickled. I don't think he can hit the ball any softer than that. And nice play. Oh, Thomson did not get him at first base. And Howard beats it out. He is safe at first. A bang-bang play. Bobby Cox will come out to argue that. And C.B. Buckner, the umpire at first, ruled him safe.
Bobby had a pretty good look at it from where he was at. And you know, he's not afraid to go out and protect his players or speak his mind. When LaRoche came off the bag, he too thought that he was out. Take a look at Thomson coming in here now. The only problem I saw with Thomson was that he stood straight up. He needed to stay down where he fielded the ball and throw from there. But take a look at it. The ball was in the glove before the foot hit the bag. Again, Bobby Cox was right.
So Thomson does not get him. An infield single for Howard, the 3rd hit of the night, although Bobby Cox would disagree for the Phillies, and that brings up David Bell. He's been struggling with injuries, a back injury and a thigh injury, going back to spring training. Runner at first base and 1 man out. No score here in the 2nd inning. John Thomson, a right-hander out of Vicksburg, Mississippi, certainly thinks he ought to have 2 outs at this point. Braves starters off to a poor start, by the way. They're 0-3 collectively with a 9.77 ERA, and there's a base hit the other way by Bell. Howard trots into second. Back-to-back singles here in the second inning for the Fightin' Phils. And let's go down for more on Ryan Howard. Aaron Andrews. Aaron?
OB, well, Sutton mentioned how confident Ryan Howard seems, and he says he has had no problem staying grounded thanks to a fact by the guy named Jimmy Rollins. Last season, he said, you know what, blow off the team hotel, come live with me, and that's what he did. Jimmy Rollins told me what he wants to try to do is make sure Ryan Howard doesn't have to feel like he needs to carry the team. He doesn't need that extra pressure, OB.
Aaron, thank you very much. 2 on here with 1 out, and trouble for Thomson facing Mike Lieberthal, the veteran catcher, who's swinging a pretty good bat right now at 357. You said you got a great kick out of talking with Howard before tonight's game.
He's a great kid. He said, all I'm trying to do is get a seat at the table. He just wants to be a part of this Philadelphia Philly organization at the big league level. He wants to produce as he did a year ago.
The 1-0 to Lieberthal is lifted, twisting down a right field line, foul ground, and off into the stands.
I remember during the World Baseball Classic for Team USA, Dontrell Willis, a D-train, him and Jake Peavy were talking, and Dontrell was talking about, hey, you know what? I've lived on food stamps my whole life. I just one time want to taste caviar, you know, and the confidence that kid has, I mean, I was reminded a lot of it talking with Ryan Howard.
Well, Howard has become huge in Philadelphia with Rollins' help. The mayor proclaiming a Ryan Howard Day, complete with a banner at Majestic City Hall there in Philadelphia to honor him. Fouled off to the right. He also speaks to a lot of schools, does lots of TV spots and autograph signings. He's really become huge there in Philly. And you look at the numbers in AAA, followed by the major league numbers. You combine the two, and it is just a sensational season. Talking about 38 homers. And the National League Rookie of the Year. On with a single. He's now at second. David Bell at first base. And John Thomson looking for a double play ball here from Mike Lieberthal. Phillies have 4 hits already. A cut and a miss and a pretty nasty breaking ball to strike him out. Thomson gets Lieberthal with his second K in the book.
This looks more like the John Thomson of 2 years ago when he went 14-8, including 8-1 after the break. That's a good, hard, sharp slider. And if you're throwing that pitch, you're not having physical problems with that elbow as he was in spring training.
Well, Lieberthal would agree. If you're throwing that at 90, you're just fine. And now he gets the pitcher, Brett Myers. And he cuts rather awkwardly right through it for strike 1. So Thomson, who had trouble in the first inning, gave up a pair of hits, allowed a stolen base, but McCann, the catcher, helped him out by gunning down Rollins trying to steal. In a little bit of trouble here in the second inning as well. And he's given up 2 more hits here in inning number 2. But he is 1 strike away from getting out of this.
I tell you what, it looked to me like on the first 2 guys, Rollins and Rowan, that he was just nervous. He wasn't commanding the fastball. He was just kind of hoping to get people out. But when all of a sudden Abreu came up, he kicked it into another gear. He struck out Bobby Abreu. You're not going to do that a lot. And since then, they've got a couple of hits, but they've not hit anything with authority.
Thomson looking for back-to-back strikeouts and gets it. He whips Myers. And Thomson, despite giving up 4 hits in 2 innings, has not surrendered a run. For him and for everybody else here in Atlanta, so far a wonderful opening night here at the 10.
Honey?
Yeah?
Do you know what this light switch does?
Which one?
The one on the right.
I never used that one.
All right, will you look?
Yep.
On? Off. On?
No.
Well, are you looking?
Yes.
Off. On? Off. On? Off. On? Off. On? Off.
Life comes at you fast. When it does, nobody covers your car like Nationwide. Investments, retirement, insurance.
Nationwide is on your side.
Disciplined investing. At T. Rowe Price, it's not just about the short term. It's about a steady, long-term approach. For each 1, 5, and 10-year period, 70% of our mutual funds beat their Lipper average. Low-cost mutual funds from T. Rowe Price. Invest with confidence. Request a complete prospectus or profile with investment objectives, risks, fees, expenses, and other information to read and consider carefully before investing.
Hey, neighbor.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, Mobile Clean 5000, huh?
This here stuff's the real deal. It protects for 5,000 miles.
Tougher men demand a tougher oil.
Tough stuff.
Mobile Clean 5000. It's the only conventional oil tough enough to guarantee protection of critical engine parts for 5,000 miles.
Mobile Clean 5000.
Seriously, tough oil.
Your ultimate drink stop. Start your morning with Sonic's new Real Fruit Smoothies, a fat-free combination of real fruit and yogurt, enriched with vitamins and blended to perfection, in regular and new large size. And now swipe your credit or My Sonic card from your car, only at Sonic.
The sun is yet to set here in Atlanta. Fans still coming into the ballpark. No score in the bottom of the second inning. And Wednesday afternoon, it's a day game on ESPN at 1 o'clock Eastern Time. Kansas City taking on the New York Yankees. And then at 7 o'clock Eastern on ESPN2, it's Wednesday Night Baseball as David Boomer Wells makes his first start of the season for Boston. Check your local listings. For more information, log on to ESPN.com. Rick Sutcliffe and Dave O'Brien with you, along with Aaron Andrews here from Atlanta, as Adam LaRoche will take on Brett Myers in a scoreless duel. LaRoche hitting .250 so far with a couple of home runs. And the Braves lost their last two games on their series against San Francisco. Yesterday's loss coming after they had rallied from 4-1 down to take a 5-4 lead in the 7th inning. The bullpen couldn't hold it. LaRoche lifts a high fly to left, driving back Burrell, and onto the warning track to make the catch for the out. Time for an update now. Let's go back to the studio to Bill Pito and Steve Phillips, guys.
Dave, the new Busch Stadium, Mark Mulder, the pitcher, helping his cause, Steve, big time.
Well, I'll tell you what, he can pitch, but he can hit as well as he drives one out in the new Busch Stadium. And pretty good swing.
Also had a double, gets the win. Cards beat the Brewers 6-4.
Brewers being slowed down a little bit after their quick start. That one foul tipped into the mid. Off the bat of Jeff Francoeur with one man out, and the base is empty here in the second inning. Francoeur, look at that batting average, Rick. 2 out of 29 so far as he fouls one away. No homers, a couple of RBIs.
Well, and nobody realizes that more than he does, and I really think getting back home will help. He's got family, friends here. He grew up here. He's been hitting the ball hard, just as you could see, nothing to show for it.
And quickly in the hole 0-2. The question then comes on Francoeur, and Terry Pendleton has been, I'm sure, asked about this over and over in recent days. Has the National League figured out Jeff Francoeur? After his incredible couple of months last season, a high pop-up, but Abreu will come back for it. And the right fielder puts it away, 2 down. McCann coming up next, but for more on Francoeur, let's go to Aaron. Aaron?
Well, Seth, I know you spent time with Jeff Francoeur during the WBC, but right before that, in the time from November to December 9th, he had battled a very bad eye infection, which was caused by, believe it or not, a displaced piece of cartilage from his nose. It required him to receive antibiotics through an IV up to 6 hours a day. He said he felt like an old geezer sitting there with an IV bag at home. His buddy Brian McCann, of course, his good friend, had to take care of him. He said he rented every video possible from the Blockbuster here in town.
Well, 2 for 29. I think you could explain some of that away because of physical difficulties, but it's kind of a carryover from last year. A little bit disturbing. Suddy hit 247 in September, went 1 for 9 in October, hit just 235 in the division series against Houston.
I'll tell you what, though, he had most of his spring training taken away from him because he wanted to represent his country. I got nothing wrong with that. He went there with Team USA, and Buck Martinez, their manager, will tell you, I felt bad. I did not have an opportunity to play him. He didn't get a chance to start him until the last game. So he missed out on a lot of at-bats. I mean, he hit off me every day, but that's not the same. I mean, he is seeing big league pitching, and he's just right now behind everybody else.
Down low on McCann. Francoeur, again, only 22 years old. Keep that in mind. Absolutely tore the cover off the ball in July and August. And the Braves brought him up from Double-A on July 7th. And he wound up on the cover of Sports Illustrated because of that hot start.
Well, right now, even though Chipper Jones is not able to play on the disabled list, this is a big time for Chipper to help the kid out that's sitting next to him. It wouldn't surprise me if Chipper didn't get up and move over by him to say, hey, you know what, good at bat, good contact, you know, you'll get better the next time out.
The 2-2. Rattle foul outside first by McCann. Right now hitting .250 with 2 home runs. McCann and Frank Coor, a couple of the baby Braves who got a chance to play the second half every day for Bobby Cox. Both of them.
How about that? He had 18 rookies play for him, that being Bobby Cox a year ago.
And those two, Frank Coor and McCann, who hit back-to-back in the order, were all of 7 years old when this run started for Atlanta of 14 consecutive division titles. John Smoltz there for every one of them.
He was the only one that was there for every one of them. Look at that. All those banners. There's the World Championship.
McCann takes it on the outside corner. The Atlanta kid caught looking. And it's a 1-2-3 for Myers and Philadelphia. Nothing doing here for the Braves. It's still scoreless as we move to the third in Atlanta.
DirecTV is the ultimate way to experience NASCAR. Teams know it. Officials know it. Fans know it. This season, we're proud to be an official NASCAR sponsor. When it comes down to the finish, all eyes are on DirecTV. NASCAR, driven by DirecTV.
Hello, I'm Johnny Cash.
Tell me you don't love me.
I don't love you.
Liar. Come on, baby.
Baby, 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 baby.
I fell into a burning ring of fire. I went down, 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 and the flames.
Well, what's with the black? Looks like you're going to a funeral. Maybe I am.
Winner, Best Picture, Walk the Line.
A John Deere 100 series can be yours starting at $13.99. Welcome to the John Deere neighborhood. Now available in more stores than ever. See the full line at johndeere.com.
Energizer E-squared lithium batteries let you take up to 630 photos in digital cameras versus up to just 90 with leading ordinary alkaline batteries. Energizer E-squared lithium keeps going, going.
Who cried?
I did.
Not me.
It was a sad ending and everything. I didn't cry.
With your hand in your chin.
That's called concentrating on the moment.
It's more like holding your quivering upper lip.
Exactly.
I wasn't crying, okay? I mean, seriously, I don't know why.
ESPN's Monday Night Baseball, brought to you by John Deere. Check out the new line of riding mowers at johndeere.com today.
Top of the third inning, and it's Jimmy Rollins in the batter's box here. Top of the order for the Phillies. 0-0 with Atlanta. Aaron Rowan and Bobby Abreu will follow. As Rollins started the night with a base hit, then was gunned down trying to steal second base. As he looks at a strike during his just completed 38-game hitting streak, the first 36 of which took place last season. Jimmy hit .379, and 12 times he kept it alive the final at bat of that streak. He lifts that one to Frank Coor. It's going to sail on over his head and bounce up against the fence. Rollins into second easily with the double. So a man quickly into scoring position here for Philadelphia.
A lot of times you get surprised with the power because of the lack of height from Jimmy Rollins. That ball down and in, the nice quick stroke pulls it into the gap. Frank Coor with good speed, not able to get to it. And Jimmy Rollins once again on base. He's 2 for 2 tonight.
You know, he's been telling his younger brother Antoine that one day he will break Joe DiMaggio's record. And he's been telling Antoine that before every season since Jimmy broke into the big leagues, what, 6 years ago.
I'll tell you what, I love Jimmy Rollins. He's one of my favorites. I mean, he's got a lot of confidence. He does a lot of things well, but I don't ever see that streak being broken.
56 in a row, Joe DiMaggio, the all-time record. Bunted at, popped up by Rowan, and not much of an effort there as Rollins gets back to second. I'll give you a look at the list of the longest hitting streaks of all time, and Jimmy Rollins is started in 2005, and then 2 games in 2006. But you talk about no one coming close, no one getting to DiMaggio. How come?
Well, I'll tell you why. Because when you talk about a hitting streak, you talk about a guy that has to swing the bat. He has to hit the baseball. And as a pitcher, and when you know that, that's such a huge advantage when you go to try to get somebody out. I mean, this guy, it's not an on-base percentage streak that he's got going. He can't walk and extend that streak. He has to swing the bat, and when you know that, you don't have to throw a strike.
Abreu is 0 for 1 with a strikeout. He cuts right through it for strike 1. And Rollins' case, he's a switch hitter. That's an advantage if you're going to run a hitting streak long like that. He's also a pretty good bunter with speed. All attributes you would expect to see from a streaky hitter. A guy who could hit in 25, 35, 45 in a row. But what about a guy like Ichiro? Ichiro Suzuki would seem to be the perfect model for a long hit streak.
I'm just telling you, you don't have to pitch to him. They come out of the gate. I mean, right off the bat, Rollins wanted to swing at the first pitch that he saw. When you know that, I mean, now you throw a pitch that looks like a strike, and you consistently all night long can let them get themselves out. Where I think Thomson's made the mistakes, he's thrown 2 pitches in the strike zone. Now, I know he doesn't have the hitting streak going right now, but Rollins, he's still got that aggressive mentality that he had during that streak, and right now Thomson is giving him pitches to hit hard.
Ichiro, by the way, has never hit in more than 23 consecutive games in the major leagues in the U.S. or in Japan. His career high is 23 in both leagues.
What a surprise with Aaron Rowan. I mean, he is a great player, maybe not real comfortable in that 2-hole right now, but really kind of surprised that he tried bunting in that situation instead of driving something to the opposite field, maybe to move the runner.
Abreu trying to pick up his 7th RBI of the season. 5 hits already for the Phillies. Atlanta has yet to come up with a hit, and that's a ball outside.
He's all about the team, though. I will tell you that. We saw that. We saw productive outs, how important they were for the White Sox last year on their way to the championship. But, you know, Rowan knows if he got him to third with Abreu up, you're probably going to get him in. He did what he thought was best for the team, but he just didn't look real comfortable bunting there. I know he can swing the bat and hit behind a runner.
Rollins at second after the double. Across the plate for a strike on Abreu. As we give you a look at K-zone, Bobby Abreu saw more pitches than anybody in the majors last year.
He saw a good changeup right here. You're not going to do much with that. He struck out on a high fastball. You can see Thomson has done a real good job changing speeds on Abreu, and you have to. There's no set pattern that you can get him out in.
See that 3,159 pitches seen to lead the big leagues. Derek Jeter a distant second in that category. The 2-2, the runner goes. Ground ball to the right side. Giles from the lip of the outfield grass will throw to get him. And Rollins down to third. 2 down, however. Time for us to go back to the studio. Bill Pito and Steve Phillips. Gentlemen.
Dave, Nationals and the Astros. Bottom of the 12th for the pinch hitter, Eric Bruntlett.
Well, Bruntlett gets the big RBI, but this was after Brad Lidge and Chad Cordero both gave home runs to give up the lead.
Houston with the sac fly as they win at 5-4 in 12 over Washington.
Thank you, guys. Here we are scoreless in the 3rd inning. And for the 3rd straight inning, the Phillies are threatening to push one across the plate. They haven't done it yet, but Rollins is at third, and here's Burrell taking a pitch down low.
You can see the pattern that Thomson has tonight with Burrell. He got him out in the first at bat, grounding out to the shortstop on a fastball in. They're just showing him away, and when they have to throw a pitch in the strike zone, they're making him hit it on the inside part of the plate.
John Thomson delivers inside this time. Lots of reasons to be optimistic about the Philadelphia Phillies, not just for this season, but for several seasons to come. A franchise that had 6 winning seasons the last 22 years, but 4 of those have come in the last 5 years. They have a brand new ballpark, producing a lot of revenue. Swung on and missed for a strike on Burrell. And lots of homegrown stars under the age of 30, like Pat Burrell and Utley and Howard and Rollins.
I tell you, a big thing I'd be excited about is Pat Gillick being there. I mean, he has had a lot of success. You can tell why. He works hard. He's got a great staff. Ruben Amaro Jr., John Vukovic.
Just a little bit wide for a ball.
As you mentioned, with all of that talent, the contacts, and the people that Pat Gillick knows, I mean, yeah, this isn't the club right now. You're going to see the second half of the year. He's still going to make some changes, and you know they're trying to get pitching. That's what they had Abreu out there on the market for, was for some starting pitching. Burrow might even have been available, but nothing happened.
Man at third, 2 down, the 3-1. He did not go after it, and it's right on the black of the plate to make it 3-2. Back to K-zone for a look.
Take a look at it. Good sinking fastball, down and away, coming back just to catch the corner. Mark Carlson, he's one of the more consistent home plate umpires in the game.
The 3-2. The crowd wants another strikeout from Thomson. And they get it. Same spot on the outside half to catch him looking. And Pat Burrell has struck out 160 times last season. Is the 4th man to whip tonight at the hand of John Thomson.
Welcome, Caesar lovers. May I present the chicken Caesar salad? You may.
I love Caesars, but these are burritos. Oh, you just gotta peek under its little toga.
It's Taco Bell's Chicken Caesar Grilled Stuffed Burrito. Stuffed with marinated all-white meat chicken, crisp romaine lettuce, tortilla strips, and covered in Caesar dressing. All wrapped up and grilled to go.
Great Caesar.
Why, thank you. For the Chicken Caesar Salad Lovers Burrito, think outside the bun.
Do you believe anything is possible? I do. I work at Earthlink.
I believe internet good can defeat internet evil.
A world without spyware, viruses, or online identity theft.
I believe in a place where our information can be saved.
I won't stop fighting until we get there.
We work at Earthlink.
And we're making unbelievable things happen every day.
It's time to start believing. Call now and get a great deal on Earthlink High Speed. Earthlink, we revolve around you.
Beautiful dawn.
Love you.
I love you too.
So does Mr. Jenkins.
With the Emerald Club, you can bypass the counter, choose your own car, and get an e-receipt. National. Green means go.
All that you read, all that you heard, I'll tell you the truth. I'll tell you who I am. I'll tell you what I go through, and I'll let you in my life.
Bonds on Bonds, a weekly series, Tuesdays at 7 on ESPN.
There's no better person to get it from than me.
Well, not everybody in the ballpark in Atlanta was around when the Braves started this incredible run of 14 consecutive division titles, but it started with a magical 1991 season, and the Braves went from worst to first and changed Atlanta from a baseball dead town to a baseball dizzy town. And a nice crowd on hand for the home opener, and here's the architect of all that success, John Sherholtz, who should be headed to the Hall of Fame with what he has done here in Atlanta.
No question about that. He talks about retooling effectively. Well, what happened this year when they lose for a call? They wanted to bring him back as a shortstop. What did it take? A day? And all of a sudden he had Edgar Renteria here.
Doesn't seem to take long as Betemit takes inside for the ball. Well, he's the man who's going to play the majority of third base while Chipper Jones is out. Big switch hitter from the Dominican Republic. One of the 18 rookies you talked about that John Sherholtz and Bobby Cox used last season, and he showed that he belonged up here, that he can hit.
You know, and Bobby Cox has said that for a long time. He said he just needs a chance to play, but when you're a third baseman and you're with the Atlanta Braves, there's a guy named Chipper Jones that keeps that from happening.
In there for a strike, caught him looking. Myers pins him to the plate. Right now we go downstairs to Aaron Andrews.
Well, OB, as part of the opening day festivities here at Turner Field before the games, Chevrolet, in partnership with Major League Baseball, donated $96,000 to the Boys and Girls Club of America through their Chevy Player of the Game sponsorship. In addition, Chevy also announced it will continue this program through the 2006 season.
All right, Aaron, thank you very much. And a little bit later tonight in the 5th inning, we'll be delighted to welcome into our booth a man who's very, very active in many charities inside baseball and outside, the great Cal Ripken Jr. Been talking a lot about streaks tonight with Jimmy Rollins, and you don't have a conversation about streaks without having Cal Ripken in your booth. So we'll have Cal with us, another gentleman headed on to Cooperstown. John Thomson at 190 without a home run and just about 300 career at-bats. He stings this one into center field. Rowan coming on, has to play it on a bounce and knock it down. So Thomson, no soft touch, comes up with a single, and the first hit of the night for Atlanta, and wouldn't you know, it comes off the bat of the pitcher.
Well, you know, you mentioned 191. That's not that bad. Brett Myers' career average is 150. He got a good pitch to hit. Normally when a pitcher hits a ball that hard, you will see the catcher's glove move. It wasn't the location that Lieberthal or Myers wanted.
Giles hacks at this pitch and fouls it away. He's 0 for 1 with a strikeout.
It's unbelievable. I mean, I've made the same mistakes. A lot of young pitchers will. Myers, 25 years of age, he just kind of coast on the pitcher. And the next thing you know, what happens? He gets on, somebody gets an infield hit, then you get to the heart of the order. You got to get Andrew Jones out with people on. That's how you get hurt.
Thomson not being held on as the count goes to 0-2 on Giles. Now in San Francisco yesterday, the Braves almost lost 2 all-star infielders. Giles was forced to leave in the 7th inning, just like Chipper did, because of a strained right quad. The breaking ball a little bit inside. That caused Giles to pull up just short of first base. He felt it initially in the 5th inning. He blamed the wet grass and the infield worn thin by a concert in March for really killing those conditions in San Francisco. Rips that one to right, but Abreu is there. Out number 2.
You know, there were a lot of the players in that Atlanta Brave clubhouse complaining about that surface that was there in San Francisco. That's hard to believe that the infield would have been that bad. I don't care how much rain you get. It is constantly supposed to be covered with the tarp. But you could clearly see, I mean, when Chipper Jones came in, I mean, everything just gave out. They shouldn't be playing baseball in conditions like that.
Renteria with a ground ball to the middle. Rollins tried to snuff it out. He deflects it into the center field alley. And so it'll be a base hit for Edgar Renteria, keeping runners at first and second here, keeping the threat alive for Atlanta.
Just taking the ball right back up the middle, and if Jimmy Rollins can't get to it, you're just not going to get there. He knocks the ball down, which might have kept Thomson from getting to third base. But nonetheless, you coast on a pitcher, you get hurt, what happens? The third hitter, fourth hitter comes up with runners on base, and that's where he's at now.
Langerhans walked his first time, swings and misses for strike 1. Runners at first and second, 2 down.
Myers is pretty dadburn good, man. I mean, that was just flat out old-fashioned hard ball at 94 up, outer half, right where Langerhans would love to have the pitch. He'd just like to have Myers take a little off of it.
The left fielder hitting .444 with a couple of home runs coming into tonight. He's quickly behind 0-0 in 2. Myers has struck out 3. He's walked a batter, giving up his first 2 hits of the night here in the 3rd inning. But a strike away from getting out of this jam. And that one carried outside.
Look at that.
95.
There's even more in the tank.
And he can throw even harder than that.
He's got a chance to be really special. I mean, he's got a curveball that at times will buckle us up here in the booth, let alone a hitter.
25 years old, a native of Jacksonville, Florida, and that one trickled foul off the bat of Langerhans. The Braves playing their home opener tonight in front of a big crowd in Atlanta.
Here's another maybe young mistake right here. He just tries to throw this curveball too hard. Look at him. You can just see how tight he is, and it really doesn't break a whole lot. That ball should have been hit hard.
Ground ball, base hit. That'll squeak through into right field. Thomson into third. They have to put on the brakes there as Freddie Gonzalez wisely holds him with Abreu, the Gold Glover, charging from right, but the bases are all filled up now for Andrew Jones.
I kind of question the pitch selection right there. He just missed the last curveball, and what do? You come back, you take a little bit off, and you give it to him again. You remember the first pitch of that at bat, 94, outer half and up. He had no chance making contact with it. I know as a pitching coach, you'd like to have him come back with something like that, and I'm sure that's a reason for the trip to the mound.
So Langerhans stays hot. He fills up the bases with the 3rd single of the inning off of Myers. Rich Dubé, the pitching coach, coming out for the Phillies. And now the Wolf is at the door. And he is Andrew Jones to take on Brett Myers with no place to put the cleanup hitter. A man at every base here. Thomson, Renteria, and Langerhans. And Andrew with all sorts of cheering sections here. So far he's driven in 12 runs on the young season. Just 207 with men in scoring position last year. May have cost him the MVP. Ground ball to third. Easy stop for Bell, and the side is retired. So Andrew Jones cannot come through. Myers does in a big way, and it's still 0-0 after 3.
Brian, your scarecrow's pathetic.
This land is your land. They're using your farm like it's a free buffet. Well, nothing in life is free.
And why stop at crows, Brian?
Foxes, rabbits,
hippies. Drinks like a soda, kicks like an energy drink.
Well, get to it.
So we cut down on overhead by reducing staff. Now, what are you guys doing to save us money? Okay, Barry.
Well, we started using FedEx Ground, so we get reliability and their latest technology to help us save time and money.
Nice work, Barry. Let's say we get some lunch in here, huh?
Hello?
Yes, could we get some lunch, please?
FedEx Ground. Fast, reliable, and their latest technology. All for less than you think.
Meet the all-new 2007 Chevy Suburban with a rear-view camera system, power remote liftgate, head curtain side airbags in all 3 rows, and power release fold and tumble second row seats. Every big family is gonna want one. The all-new Chevy Suburban.
The baby Braves guiding Atlanta to yet another playoff berth last year, trying to repeat the trick for the 15th consecutive year here in 2006. But the Phillies are hopeful of beating them all the way into September, and along with the Mets in particular, those 3 squads expected to go right down the wire.
You know, looking at some numbers in the Braves media guide, it was amazing. 14 straight division titles, but before that, only 2 titles in the previous 22 years. That makes me think of one man. That's Bobby Cox.
Bobby Cox winning manager of the year in 3 different decades. The only other manager who can say that, Tony La Russa. Here's Chase Utley now, one of the key men for the Phils. 0 for 1 tonight. He's grounded out to second. It's been a problem in the early going for the Phillies all through week 1 and now here into week 2 as well. Hitting with men in scoring position. Tonight they're 0 for 6. This one has popped up in a shallow left. Long run in for Longerhands. Going out Renteria. And a left fielder will make the catch for the out. That'll send up the dangerous Ryan Howard, who's 1 for 1.
Take a look. When we talk about how you can pitch with just one pitch and do a lot of different things with it, watch what happens. 4-seam fastball, straight. Fastball away, strike 1. 2-seam fastball. Look at the movement. All right, he comes back with a 4-seamer on the inner half. All right, that's strike 2. Look at this. Look at the movement. 2-seam fastball away. The reason he did that was because it was the first at-bat for Howard. There was 1 out and nobody on. He didn't want to show him anything that he might need later on in the game.
Howard wound up with a disputed infield single, and he fouls this one away.
There it is right there. I mean, right there. Now, a second time up, he goes to the changeup. Howard's going, oh, my goodness, you know, what now what am I going to see? You know what? He hasn't even seen a breaking ball yet, and you really don't need to go there right now. Save it for later on in the game if you have to get him out with runners on.
The 0-1 from Thomson drifts away.
2-seam fastball, trying to let a young, aggressive hitter get himself out.
And Howard's super aggressive last year, particularly after the All-Star break. Only Andrew Jones hit more home runs in the National League after the break than Ryan Howard did.
You could see the spin there by McCann with his finger. Even though he put down fastball away, he wiggled it. That means for the 2-seamer with movement. When you have as good a sinking fastball as does Thomson, you got the numbers of Howard. A catcher needs to know what's coming.
Those numbers in essentially half a season for the big left-hand hitter.
You see Willie Montanez there, the last Philly rookie. You know, when I look at him, I look at in his smile and his demeanor, I think of a young Willie Stargell. That's what I see.
Bases empty, 1 out, the 1-2. Got jammed that time in on the thumbs, and he fought it off. In the National League last season, after the All-Star break, you look at the home run count. Of course, Andrew Jones nearly won the MVP. He had 24 after the break, and right behind him, the kid, Ryan Howard.
Well, look at all of those teams. All of those guys and teams contenders a year ago.
Good eye there. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and because of that performance, it allowed the Phillies to trade the veteran slugger Jim Thomson to the White Sox, because Thomson only hit 7 home runs, had back and elbow problems, but gave way to Howard because of that performance. Ground ball softly, and a good off-speed pitch there to get him as Thomson gets over for out number 2. Time for a studio update. Back we go to Bill Pito and Steve Phillips, guys.
Dave, Tampa Bay and the Orioles. Baltimore coming in. Steve having lost 4 in a row.
Well, they've been struggling. They got to look. Sometimes C&I ground balls are what you need just to get things turned around.
They have a Newhan driving in the run. They right now have the bases loaded, looking to add to their 1-0 lead.
Thank you, men. Here in Atlanta, it's the Phillies nothing and the Braves nothing, and nobody on base with 2 down for the Phillies. And David Bell getting in. He's 1 for 1. Lines that one into left, but it hangs up for Langerhans to make the catch. And Thomson gets them very quickly in 1-2-3 fashion. We're in the middle of the 4th. 0-0 at the 10.
Great news. If you've ever been told you can't get high-speed internet, well, you can. Directway, the nation's #1 choice for satellite internet service, is now HughesNet, and it's better than ever. Brought to you by Hughes, the global leader in satellite communications. HughesNet gives you faster surfing, faster downloads, instant email access, and you can get it right now. So dump your slow internet connection and jump into the high-speed action you've been craving. Don't be stuck with dial-up. HughesNet is your broadband solution. All you need is a clear view of the southern sky. It's that easy. HughesNet will change your life. It doesn't use a phone line, so you can talk and surf at the same time. So pick up the phone and call 1-800-488-2828 or visit gethughesnet.com and live the high-speed life in no time. HughesNet, bringing broadband to everyone. Call now. You're gonna thank me for this.
That is ESPN. This is mobile ESPN. This isn't like sports with your current phone, okay? This is a whole new phone service from ESPN with unique features like the fastest alerts and the sideline and real-time play-by-play on Gamecast. It's like getting into ESPN. Hey, Trey. Hey, buddy, did you get those headshots? I could just, cool? I'll just hit them up later. You're gonna have to. I know.
Switch to mobile ESPN today. Call 1-800-GET-ESPN.
Introducing the all-new 2007 Chevy Tahoe with available features like a power remote liftgate, power release fold and tumble second row seats, and rear view camera system. Chevy Tahoe, an American revolution.
To honor the enduring impact of Jackie Robinson and his legacy, Major League Baseball has established April 15th as Jackie Robinson Day. Share in the celebration on April 15th at ballparks nationwide. Great to have you along here Monday Night Baseball. Rick Suckler, Dave O'Brien, and Aaron Andrews with you from Atlanta. 0-0, a total of 8 hits. The Phillies have 5, but nothing across the plate yet as Adam LaRoche swings away. He's 0 for 1 tonight with a fly to left. Young man who has come out and talked about attention deficit disorder, something that he struggles with, Sutton. Recently, in a spring training game, the Astros second baseman Craig Biggio approached LaRoche and told him that he should look into obtaining a medical exemption that would allow him to treat the ADD, with drugs right now banned under Major League Baseball's drug policy.
You know what, OB, you and I both know of a lot of other players that have that same problem, and yet they don't come public with it. And to me, I mean, it's not a sign of weakness. We've had players, Alex Rodriguez for one, talking about sports psychologists. Greg Maddux has talked about that. You know what, to me, that's just a great opportunity for young kids to say, hey, you know what, it's okay. you know what? And if I need that help and it's available, you know, why not go there and get it?
Craig Biggio doing the same thing. And, of course, with the drug testing policy in place, you have to be careful about drugs that are prescribed to treat those kind of things. And, well, LaRoche has come out and talked about it pretty openly. He said at times he tried Ritalin in high school. That is down low for a ball, but had difficulty staying awake because of it. He's had to kind of manage it on his own in a quiet way. 250, 2 homers coming into tonight's game.
And then he's a pretty good year last year with 20 home runs.
And 7 RBIs on a recently completed 7-game road trip for Atlanta.
Well, we saw 3 of them in his very first at-bat of the year. That was in the first inning, a 3-run homer at Dodger Stadium off of Derek Lowe.
Myers with a 3-2 on the outside corner for strike 3. A wickedly tough pitch. LaRoche thought about it, determined he couldn't even get there, and another strikeout for Myers.
It looked like a ball from here and a very generous outside corner. Let's take a look. The ball was away. It takes off and goes. You see the little late movement there. That's when LaRoche held up. But when you're around the strike zone, as Myers has been tonight, and he was a year ago, he's becoming one of those guys, Dave, where as a home plate umpire, you've got your right arm ready to go.
4 strikeouts for the right-hander. He gets LaRoche here in the 4th inning. And now Francoeur is 0 for 1. Great play by Bell, diving toward the hole, up and throwing, and he gets him. And Jeff Francoeur needs a hit worse than anybody in the ballpark, including some of these fans. Winds up robbed of a hit by Bell.
Remember when Chipper talked about the suicide watch they had on for Francoeur on the plane ride home last night? Wow. I mean, that is just a tremendous play on the part of David Bell. And that's a lot like what has happened to that young man since this season began. Omar Vizquel just picked his pocket clean in San Francisco.
Francoeur 0 for 2. Came in with a batting average of .069, the lowest in the majors. But denied because of a spectacular play by David Bell. 2 down for McCann, who was caught looking in the 2nd inning. He's 0 for 1. Myers with the 0-1 pitch and missed outside for ball. Well, McCann and Francoeur and Betemit and the rest of the baby Braves, maybe a year older, tested, hardened, savvy major league veterans that they are. But Atlanta still has a terribly young team. The 3rd youngest roster in the National League behind the Marlins and the Pirates. And that's taking you to another level, of course. But it was a successful mix last year with the 18 rookies playing. They went to the playoffs for the 14th straight time. 2 balls, 2 strikes on McCann. Two down, the base is clean, and it's rattled foul outside first base by Brian McCann. So Myers trying to make it a 1-2-3 inning here in the 4th.
I'll tell you what, and how he has done it. I mean, he has kept the Braves from scoring. Has been right here on this outside half right there. I mean, that instead of the heart of the zone, that has been the heart of the zone for him. I mean, he has very seldom missed, and what's amazing, he's had command down in that location with his fastball.
All 4 of his strikeouts have been looking.
I mean, you can throw hard at the belt, but to get it down there, that's when you got something special. That's a good pitch.
Fought off by McCann. 3 balls, 2 strikes. You know, it's a rotation that really lacks a true ace for the Phillies. They will get the injured starter Randy Wolf back in midsummer. He won 16 games a couple of years ago, out with Tommy John surgery. Got John Lieber right now as essentially the #1 starter, but typically he's a #2 guy or a very good #3 starter. Followed by Myers, and his development into a stud type of starter, absolutely crucial if they're going to go to the playoffs.
And every team has their strength, and to me, this team's strength is their offense. They need to score a lot of runs.
Line shot and a clean single by McCann, and a pretty gritty at bat there. Let's go to Bill Pito in the studio. Bill.
All right, Dave, along with Steve Phillips, the O's and Tampa Bay, and Steve, Ramon Hernandez off to a red-hot start his first year with Baltimore.
General manager's dream come true. Your free agent signing hitting .667 to start the season.
Drives in a run there. Baltimore now up 4-0. Actually a 2 RBI hit there for Hernandez.
And Bill, thank you. A 2-out single moments ago by Brian McCann brings up Wilson Betemit, who hit over 305 last season for Atlanta in limited duty.
You know what Bobby Cox felt bad about with Betemit? He said he's a kid that has hit third or fourth throughout his whole career, and he's played every day. That's what makes it so difficult for him, and what was such amazing about last year, how he did so well. Getting, you know, just at bats from time to time, being a switch hitter, the opportunity to pinch hit, trying to keep both swings from both sides of the plate in order. He really put together a good year, and you know what? He's going to play for the next 15 days with Chipper out.
Chipper Jones on the disabled list because of a sprained knee and ankle as it's fought off by Betemit. John Thomson, the pitcher, up next. The other thing about Betemit, he's a big guy. He's 6'3", he's 200 pounds. He's not fast. In fact, he's downright slow, but he can play third base a reaction position.
Yeah.
And he has pretty good range for a shortstop.
And not bad out there at shortstop, but he can't run a lick, as you mentioned.
The 1-2 from Myers, up and away, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
It was funny talking with Chipper, looking at the x-rays, the doctor, the trainers were telling me this. They said, you know what? This isn't the first time you've sprained that ankle, huh? How many of those do you think Chipper has played through over the years? And speaking about a guy who, you know, who played through injuries, we're going to have one here shortly.
Line shot, that'll fall down into right field in front of Abreu. McCann taking off for third. He's going to reach as he slides in safely. So they're on the corners. A little bit of a rally here, although the pitcher Thomson is coming up. Don't forget, he had a single on a wickedly struck line drive back in the 3rd inning.
Pretty good piece of hitting right here. You take a look at the breaking ball, outer half. He was out in front, big, strong, able to hook it into the corner. And then great base running on the part of the catcher, McCann. Why? Why is it important to get to third with 2 outs with the pitcher coming up? Because you know what? He'd like to throw the good curveball, but if he bounced it and it gets away for a pass ball or wild pitch, you get a run because of the hustle of McCann.
So Thomson with an opportunity to help out here as he fouls that away. No score here in the 4th inning, but runners at first and third for the Braves.
You know, and take a look at this right here. This is a lot like the same pitch he got a base hit with. Fastball up, out over the plate. Why? Because the catcher hustled to get you that pitch. You might even get another one now.
The 0-1. There's a high fly ball center field, driving back, Rowan on the run, going back, it's over his head, and it's up against the fence. McCann is in, Betemit rounding third, here he comes, the throw is cut off, and John Thomson, the pitcher, drives in 2 runs for Atlanta to take a 2-0 lead. John Thomson can swing the bat.
Dave, exactly what we were talking about. Myers was afraid to bounce the breaking ball. Look at the curveball. Look at what happened. Absolutely nothing happened until it ran into the bat of Thomson. That ball was just sitting on a tee. Rowan, as he should have been with the pitcher up, was playing shallow, had no chance. All of a sudden, Betemit, he might not be able to run a whole lot, but he could run all the way from first base there to score, and a nice lead for John Thomson provided by John Thomson.
John Thomson, who is not supposed to be in this spot in a rotation. He was supposed to be working out of the bullpen, filling in for the injured left-handed starter Horacio Ramirez, is all over the score sheet tonight. Popped up, foul territory off to the right, off the bat of Giles and off into the crowd. He's 0 for 2 this evening. But John Thomson is 2 for 2 with a single and a 2-run double as he clears off the bases with a 2-out, 2-base hit.
2 outs, nobody on. The bottom of the order coming up. Base hit, double. You just don't expect that when you've got the kind of stuff that Myers has got.
Giles trying to pick him up, and it's outside. Marcus Giles tonight has struck out. He's also lined to right. Myers has really scuffled, as you pointed out, since there were 2 out in the inning, Rick. He's thrown 18 pitches. And Myers seems to be losing some steam here. He's allowed 5 hits to the last 8 hitters.
You know, losing some composure, too. You see him now, how all of a sudden he's just out of sorts. He is just rearing back, throwing as hard as he can because he's mad at himself, truthfully. Defense didn't do anything wrong. He just forgot to throw that breaking ball. McCann hustling helped a little bit, but now, I mean, he's going to make a mistake here if he's not careful.
Little chopper, Bell on the charge. We'll get to it and throw on to get him side retired. But a big inning Atlanta scores 2, beginning the way things are going tonight. And Cal Ripken Jr. joins us in the booth when we come back to Atlanta.
Bonds on Bonds, a weekly series, Tuesdays at 7 Eastern on ESPN.
New on Disney DVD, based on a true story.
Did you hear about the caddy playing in the Open?
From the studio that brought you The Rookie, critics are calling the greatest game ever played spellbinding, heartfelt.
All I wanted to chance.
The greatest game ever played. Own it tomorrow on Disney DVD.
A rainforest, the ultimate torture test for your deck. Thomson's Water Seal Advanced, the ultimate protection. It seals out 99% of the water right from the start. For a longer-lasting deck, get the most powerful protection against water damage guaranteed. Thomson's Water Seal Advanced.
What's that? Business casual slacks? Chintz pillows? No more. Time to be a man again. And it starts in the shower.
This gets you clean.
New Dial for Men Body Wash. Be a man. Take back the shower.
Introducing the new John Deere Select Series featuring 4-wheel steer. Maneuverability has reached the turning point. See our entire new line at johndeere.com.
Yeah, no, I gotta go. Yeah, I'm getting on.
I totally spaced on that one.
That was bad.
Let's just use your Capital One no-hassle card.
Protect yourself with Capital One's low rates and great rewards.
I am so good.
What's in your wallet? Being a switch hitter, that's a rare commodity in this day and age. Growing up, I was a big Dodger fan. I would go out and imitate the lineup. Kenny Landreau came up, I had to hit left-handed. When Steve Garvey came up, I hit right-handed. And that's where I learned. I take great pride that the other team doesn't want to see me to the plate. They know that I'm going to be a tough out. I live for this.
Catch Major League Baseball all season long on ESPN. Don't miss it.
Have whatever you want.
We welcome you back to Atlanta. Rick Sutcliffe, Dave O'Brien, Aaron Andrews with him as we look at the pitching comparison. Myers really scuffling through the last inning, up to 81 already as he surrenders a couple of runs off the bat of Thomson, who burns him for the 2-run double. And the Braves have the 2-0 lead as we go to the 5th on a lovely night in Atlanta. Pleasure to be with you here on Monday Night Baseball, and we are delighted to bring in a baseball immortal and also a legend in the publishing game as well, or soon to be, Cal Ripken Jr. He's got a book out, which we're going to talk about tonight. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you. My pleasure. Thanks
Great
for
treat to have you with us.
You know, we've been talking about you being here all night, and I said, I'll believe it. I tried calling you today. Again, you're not returning calls.
You did?
Yeah.
I was at a book signing and doing satellite media tours and those sorts of things.
You know what? He's telling the truth. Look at his hand. He has got ink all over him. That's a crying shame.
And on my tie, too.
Oh, now that's really a crying. That's not a cheap tie. That's not one of our ties. That's a Cal Ripken tie here. But hey, let's talk about the book a little bit. We have a lot of things to cover with you here as Mike Lieberthal gets in. But the book is Parenting Young Athletes the Ripken Way. Talk about the experience of writing it.
Well, I mean, I just noticed going through youth baseball and youth sports with my kids. I've noticed that it seems to me that the environment in which to learn baseball and other sports has really become a pressure-filled environment. It seems like whether it's the pressure to win, whether it's the pressure to create the next Alex Rodriguez or Derek Jeter, or whether it's pressure that's created because coaches are trying to relive, their childhood. Whatever the pressures are, it seems like it's trickling down to the 7 and 8s. And the message in the book is just to pull back and encourage the parents and the coaches to be a little bit more thoughtful and maybe return the game to the kids so they can learn those valuable lessons that sports teaches.
I'm guessing that you have seen a lot of this and figured a lot of this out through the Ripken baseball and all the camps that you and Billy are involved in.
Yeah, we get exposures to kids all the time, and we're in front of them, we talk to them, and baseball in particular loses a lot of kids from 12 to 13. And part of our goal in Ripken baseball is to increase, the people playing in baseball and maybe keep them in baseball a little longer before they'll weed it out.
You guys teach plays like that?
That's Billy's job in camp. He's played all 4 infield positions, so when it comes to first base, I only know about the left side of the infield.
Well, LaRoche with a terrific diving stop to steal a single there from Myers. Let's go back a little bit in Cal Ripken's career, of course, and we've had those wonderful memories, I think, that won't leave anyone who saw either on television or there in person tonight at Camden Yards when you broke the all-time record for consecutive games played. But Cal, in thinking about all the things you've done, I mean, there's really nothing left for you to have accomplished when you left the game, was there?
Take a day off, I guess.
Yeah, once in a while would have been nice.
You know what I remember more than anything, Cal, was how, I mean, you could always handle the moment. I mean, when the All-Star game in Seattle, you come up, and I think Jano Park was on the mound, 94 homer. You go to the game where you're going to break the streak. You end up, I mean, how are you able to put all of that in perspective? I mean, with all the other things that had happened.
Well, in the All-Star games in certain moments, I certainly wasn't a clutch when every time I wanted to be clutch. But there were certain moments where I could focus my energy and say, look, I really want to do well at this point. Let's just get your focus, calm down a little bit, see the ball, try not to do too much. Some of that's experience. Some of that is when you are in a moment like that, you start to get into the zone almost because of what's happening around you.
Is any of that philosophy, that mental toughness in the book as well?
Well, I mean, that's one of the things is kids don't have the ability to handle their emotions when they're young. And 45-year-old coaches and parents and people can really play with their emotions and drive them up if you support them too much and get them too razzed, or you can drive them through the floor by reacting in a negative way. So I always, my recommendation for anyone watching this youth sports game is picture yourself as a grandfather or grandmother, as if you've seen it all. And so when you come to the ball game, nothing surprises you. You react to the positive in a calm way. You react to the negative without overreacting as well.
You know, one thing I know as far as seeing it all, I mean, if you see a kid come up with a different batting stance.
I know where you're going with this one.
You've tried them all.
I had a bunch of them.
You know the reason for each and every one of them?
Well, I couldn't stand not tinkering, and I couldn't stand not trying to make adjustments in the course of the game. And I always felt that a stance is just a starting point. So I just needed to start a little bit differently to kick in my natural ability to hit.
Rollins thinks this one misplayed by Frank Court will get right by him all the way to the fence. Rollins, who had taken ball 4, churning around third. He's in to score. And standing up at third is Rowan. So a sinking line drive wickedly hit by Aaron Rowan. Eats up Frank Coors, having a tough night in right field. It's 2-1.
You know, he's had a tough season, Cal, and I want you to talk about that because, I mean, you know, from time to time you would go through a period where you hit the ball hard as he did in his last at-bat. You had nothing to show, and then all of a sudden you got to go out there on defense. He's made that play a million times. He really wasn't in a good position, and because of it, it cost him. As a young player like Frank Coors, what can you tell him? What's Chipper Jones talking to him about right now as far as how to get out of this thing?
Well, I think you start to get into a funk. Mentally, you start worrying about too much about your hitting, too much about not performing, and it starts to affect some of your concentration on defense right there. I remember I came to the big leagues 3 for 5 opening day, 4 for my next 64, but I felt that I better play good defensively or I might not be in the lineup at all. So, you know, I think Chipper would say, hey, if you're not doing it with a bat, really focus on trying to do it in the field.
Renteria helping out defensively. More with Cal Ripken Jr. When we come back to Atlanta, the Phillies are on the scoreboard.
May 1st is your last chance to save during the Lincoln Mercury Signature Sales Event. Sign your name and lease any Lincoln with 0 cash due, including the new Lincoln Zephyr, mid-size luxury with an interior cabin that's miles ahead of Cadillac and Mercedes. Drive Lincoln Zephyr now with 0 first month payment, 0 down payment, and 0 cash due for only $364 a month. Hurry, the Lincoln Mercury Signature Sales Event ends May 1st.
Okay, we've got a break in the action.
Oh, good. I can play the Grand Slam quiz.
You like these, don't you?
Yeah, as long as there's no math.
Not likely. Okay, who insures more drivers than the other 3 companies combined?
Well, the biggest one.
I think they're looking for something a bit more specific.
Okay, not that one. Definitely not that one. Or that one. No, I'm going to go with State Farm.
Gee, Bob, how'd you know?
Oh, it's a no-brainer.
Your specialty.
Well, thank you.
How's your sausage breakfast bistro sandwich?
Good, man. How's yours?
Yeah, real nice. I like the ciabatta bread.
It's nice. It's unique.
Yeah, it's as unique as the region.
What region?
Ciabattas.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, I did a walking tour there.
Oh, yeah. I spent a year in Pumpernickel. It was magnificent.
You don't want to spend a year in Pumpernickel. 2 weeks in Pumpernickel feels like a year.
Breakfast bistro sandwich. New at Sonic. Eggs, cheese, and bacon sausage or ham on toasted ciabatta bread. And now swipe a credit or My Sonic card from your car. Only at Sonic.
So the Dodgers are down to their last out. Game 1 of the World Series. And look who's coming up. Kirk Gibson with 2 bad legs. You talk about a roll of the dice. This is it. High fly ball into right field. She is gone!
With 100% whole grain, low fat, and fiber, the Breakfast of Champions brings out the champion in you.
The impossible has happened.
At the midway point in Atlanta, it is 2-1 the Braves over the Phillies. Great to have you along with us here on Monday Night Baseball. And Cal Ripken Jr., we're delighted to have in the booth with us as Edgar Renteria will start things off against Brett Myers here in the home half of the fifth. And he goes down like a shot, fouling that ball off his foot.
I don't miss that. I used to do that pretty regularly.
Yeah, but it never took you out of the lineup. That was the amazing thing about you.
But it really hurt.
You know, just thinking about what happened to Chipper, yesterday in that ball game, the surface and everything, Cal. I mean, you slip from time to time. I saw it for a couple of years. I mean, I remember the trainers, Richie Bensos and Jamie Reed. You wouldn't even take a cold tablet. You wouldn't even take. you wouldn't take anything. I mean, how did? I still can't believe it. I was there. I saw it.
I sprained my ankle a few times, and fortunately enough, I was pretty resilient, and I had a dad that had high expectations for you to play with and tolerate pain. So he would just say, tape it up a little tighter and get your butt out there.
You know what? How much is the Ripken way related to the Oriole way, which, I mean, all of the time that I was there and having senior as the third base coach, I mean, it was really all about him, and it was all about how to play the game right. And when I think about the change in baseball now, I mean, you know, we're not hitting the homers like we were, you know, a few years ago. All of a sudden now, the Oriole way, the Ripken way, it's going to become more important.
Well, the little things, the craft of the game, I guess Dad used to call it best, is you're executing, you're making the double play, you're getting outs when you're supposed to get outs. You don't mess up the bunt plays. All those little things matter more when you don't score runs. And the Oriole way used to be all about good pitching, great defense, didn't beat yourself, and some timely hitting. So certainly all these small little fundamentals and knowing how to play the game, knowing how to run the bases, knowing when to play a conservative and step back, and you play the ball in one hop and keep your lead intact. All those things are very important in one-run games or in games when you're not scoring runs.
Langerhans with a walk and a single so far tonight, batting with the bases empty and one out here. And 2-1 the Braves in front, with Andrew Jones to hit next, and that's fouled away at the plate. Let's go back to the moment of many great moments in your career, Cal, but this is still one that anyone who looked at it, television or was there in person, I don't think we'll ever forget.
Well, that was a really, really special moment. I'm asked about my best moment in baseball. The best moment as a player probably was catching the last out of the World Series, but the best moment as a person, as a human moment, was that moment right there, because there was 50,000 people. There was a lot of love pouring out of the ballpark. But then when Rafi and Bobby Bo pushed me down the line, that sort of love kind of went one-on-one, you know, and then you started seeing people and shaking hands, and it became a very personal celebration.
What were you doing taking all of those deep breaths?
You mean running around the...
Well, no, just the fact that I think it really caught you. I mean, it was like, oh, my goodness.
It was very emotional, and at that point, I was drained by the whole process. And I remember, I think it was Bobby Bo said, you got to take a lap around here. And I said, I don't think I can make a lap around this ballpark. And that was my initial response. But it was very emotional. It was very draining. So I guess I was trying to control my emotions. That ball
maybe out of here. Yeah, rolling all the way back to the wall. It is gone. A home run for Andrew Jones, his third of the year. That gives Atlanta a 3-1 lead.
That's some big ball power right there.
Well, 51 of them last season. Nobody else in the majors hit as many as 50. And Andrew touches them all to give the Braves a little added cushion here.
You know, Dave, that brings up another point to me I'd like to ask Cal about. Yesterday, A-Rod hit his 431st homer.
Right.
Tying you for 37th on the all-time list. I know you've watched as I have over the last 10. I mean, there's been some guys just flying by you. Mm-hmm. What do you think about what's going on with baseball now and what's happened in the past? I know you've always got a great opinion on it.
Well, I think you're probably alluding to the steroids a little bit and about performance enhancers, or does that really negate some of our accomplishments? And I try not to get into being too judgmental. You know, certainly I think it's a black cloud that's played over baseball, and I still think the whole story hasn't been told. Yep. And I kind of applaud Major League Baseball and the Players Association for getting the issue out there and trying to get it a policy in place that's going to work. You know, common sense tells you can't snap your finger and make it all go away. It didn't happen overnight. It's not going to go away overnight. But I guess when the whole stories are told, you know, the accomplishments that are out there, and if there is a shadow, then it automatically takes the credibility away from them. So, you know, I guess we all have to look in the mirror, and we all have to be proud of what we're able to accomplish. And I really don't measure my career against everybody else's career anyway. I feel that I tried to do the best I could. I enjoyed it as much as I could, and so I don't get dragged into that. Was my career any less significant because somebody else might have, you know, used the juice and actually inflated their numbers?
I'll tell you what, I want to know. You know, I want them to dig as deep as they can dig and come up with it. And like you said, if everything does come out, it'll be interesting.
Cal, pleasure.
Thank you very much,
Thanks
guys.
so much. Great having you here.
Thanks,
the
Matt.
Ripken Way is in bookstores now, and we'll be back in Atlanta in just a moment.
Hello, and welcome to DirecTV.
I'll be moving soon. Can I take my DirecTV with me?
Sure. Now it's easier than ever to take DirecTV with you when you move, because now there's no charge for the DirecTV Movers connection.
You just take your DirecTV receivers along with you, and we'll take care of the rest.
That is easy.
Call us as soon as you know your moving date. We'll install a DirecTV dish for free at your new house or apartment. Let us take one of the hassles out of moving. Take your DirecTV service with you. Just give us a call.
CD USA. It's the biggest music event of the year. Every week. The most exciting acts in the world. Back to back to back. All in one show. Coming up this week, Natasha Bedingfield, Josh Kelly, Christina Milian, and a whole lot more. CD USA. Only on DirecTV. Channel 101.
After you clean the bike, clean the rocks. Super clean. Not just clean, super clean.
A John Deere 100 series can be yours starting at $13.99. Welcome to the John Deere neighborhood. Now available in more stores than ever. See the full line at johndeere.com.
ESPN's Monday Night Baseball, brought to you by Holiday Inn Express. Stay smart. Stay at a Holiday Inn Express.
Top of the sixth inning coming your way. It's 3-1 Atlanta, and the Braves about hit the Phillies 7-6. Mike Remlinger coming on. That one stroked into center field off the bat of Pat Burrell, but an easy play for the 8-time Gold Glover Andrew Jones. One pitch, one out. So John Thomson goes the front five. He gives up 1 run, 6 hits. He can qualify for the win.
Well, here's a guy that did some qualifying in his day as an Atlanta Brave. He really got it together here. Leo Mazzoni was their pitching coach. Remlinger was quick to give him the credit, and he's every bit as effective against right-handed hitters as he is left-handed.
The Braves starting pitching has been pretty sketchy as of late in the first week of the season, but maybe taking a turn here in week 2 as Thomson gives them a nice lift.
You know what, Dave, when you look back at last year, it was pretty sketchy a year ago as well. Tim Hudson wasn't the guy that they looked for 20 wins out of him. John Smoltz was outstanding as he has been throughout his Hall of Fame career. But Ramirez didn't step up like they had hoped. You know, the way Thomson pitched tonight, that's what they got in 04. That's what they hoped for last year, but they didn't get that. So it's so remarkable that they were able to win the National League East with the problems they had in their rotation.
Remlinger, the veteran left-hander, who is back in the fold in a Braves uniform, blows that one right by Utley. And a count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Chase Utley on the night is grounded out to second and flied out to left. He's 0 for 2. Smoltz, by the way, a pair of no decisions in his first couple of starts with Atlanta.
Had a win yesterday. If he'd had John Smoltz as a closer, would have picked up that victory with the 9th inning.
And Reedsma gave it away instead. That's a foul ball up by first. By the way, Phillies bench coach Gary Varsho wishing very happy birthday wishes to his daughter Taylor and his father Andy on a very big day for the Varshos.
There's going to be a lot of big days for the Varshos. I really look to see him managing in the big leagues at some point not too far away.
That one hit him. Chase Utley struck by the pitch up around that elbow. He will take first base. Time for an update. Back to the studio we go now. Here's Bill Pino.
Along with Steve Phillips, we're talking about Tampa Bay and Baltimore. Bases loaded. Steve, for Travis Lee.
Travis Lee's been swinging the bat well, but Eric Bedard, one of the best young lefties in the game.
Gets him outside, retired. O still up 4-0.
Bill, Steve, thank you very much. 3-1 Atlanta here at Turner Field in the 6th inning. And the Phillies trying to rally. Andrew Jones has homered for the Braves for the 3rd time in the young season. And here's another home run threat in Ryan Howard as he cuts and misses for strike. He has an infield single, and he's grounded out to second tonight, 1 for 2.
Yeah, but Dave, as you well know, more of a home run threat against a right-handed pitcher than the left-hander. 288 last year, barely. He hit half of that with a left-hander on the mound, and of course, Bobby Cox knows that. He goes to his bullpen from that side.
Remlinger with the 0-1 pitch and left it low. Bobby Cox will also tell you, and he knows this by heart, that Howard only came to bat 29 times against his Braves last season. Remember, Howard didn't come up until the midpoint, but he hit 4 home runs in those 29 at-bats against the Braves, and he drove in 11 runs. So he was a handful against the Braves staff. Way up high, it's 2-1. The Phillies coming off a doubleheader split against the Dodgers yesterday. They come in a cool 1-5. They opened the season with 3 straight losses at home to St. Louis. Looping liner, that'll find a home in right field for a base hit. Second single of the night for Howard, and Utley moves up 90 feet. So the Phillies trying to build something here in the 6th inning against Remlinger. Runners at first and second, and 1 man out.
Well, the very reason he was brought in, that being Remlinger, was to get the 2 left-handers out. Charlie Manuel likes what he sees with his young slugger. Ryan Howard with a base hit. Bobby Cox does not like what he sees.
Let's look back at Cazo now, the pitches that he threw to Ryan Howard. He just singled.
Well, look here. There's a breaking ball and easily a strike 1, but he comes right back with it, and Howard makes a nice adjustment there. There's a fastball. Howard says, you know what, I'm going to give you that one. I'm going to look for that breaking ball into strike zone. He got it. He put it in play. You see the improvement there from the young first baseman.
And David Bell, the guy who tears up left-hand pitching, he's about to hit next, so Bobby Cox goes to the bullpen, and we'll be back.
Out here, you not only need the toughest side-by-side, you need the one with long travel independent suspension, differential lock 4x4, and 12 inches of ground clearance. The Rhino 660 Automatic from Yamaha. A lot of people would be lost without it. For a limited time, get a Yamaha Rhino for as low as $69 a month.
If I had to describe our founder, Jim Cook, first thing I'd say is the guy's crazy. He pours his beer, then he gets it in his nose. He practically chews the beer. Don't use that.
You look at him, what the heck he know about beer? He don't look like a beer person.
We're constantly walking back into the brewery, finding Jim sneaking tastes out of the fermenters.
I am obsessed with the taste of Samuel Adams because beer's not a job, beer is my life.
But we have a lot in common, I might add, because we're both good looking. Nothing we can do about that.
You okay? I'm working like a dog. I run down to the print department, scan color documents, make color prints, run back, get approvals, run up to 5 and have to fax stuff all over the place. But I think I'm getting noticed. Is it rough by you too? Not that rough. What do you mean? There's a color multifunction machine on my floor. I scan, copy, print, and fax and color from there. There's nothing to it. Don't do this to me.
Xerox Color. It makes business sense.
Come on.
The Phillies fighting their way back. They're down 3-1 to Atlanta here in the top half of the 6th inning, but 2 men on. Hey, Wednesday afternoon, it's a day game on ESPN at 1 o'clock Eastern Time. It's the Kansas City Royals against the New York Yankees. Then at 7 o'clock Eastern on ESPN2. Wednesday night baseball coming your way. The new-look Toronto Blue Jays against the Boston Red Sox. Lefty David Boomer Wells getting his first start of the season for Boston. This is Lance Cormier, the right-hander. They acquired him from Arizona in the Johnny Estrada deal. He comes on to pitch here in the 6th inning.
One of the 2 pieces they got for their bullpen with Oscar Villarreal.
Facing David Bell here, who has singled and lined out to left. He's also made a spectacular play at third base. to steal a hit from Francoeur. Cormier, a local kid in terms of where he went to college. Local enough. He went to the University of Alabama, where he was a star for the Crimson Tide, one of the best pitchers they've ever had there, in fact. Born in Lafayette, Louisiana. So he's a Southern kid. Pitching in Atlanta, Georgia. In the Braves home opener. Runners at first and second for Philadelphia. Line drive. That's going to settle down for a base hit. Utley into third, being waved around. Trying to score. The throw to the plate is late. And the Phillies get another one. An RBI single from David Bell, who's having quite a night. He reaches Cormier with the RBI single to make it 3-2.
And all of a sudden, we're starting to get some production with runners in scoring position. He got the count in his favor. He gets a fastball up, out over the plate, right back up the middle, and all of a sudden the Phillies are right back in this ballgame.
Philadelphia started the night, remember, 0 for 7 with men in scoring position. Now 1 for 8. That sends up the veteran catcher Mike Lieberthal, who has struck out and fly to center. Still only 1 out. And a tying run at second base for Philadelphia. Well, this year started for Mike Lieberthal behind the plate. Has had 9 previous opening days for the Philly catcher. A Trickler up by first base. Cormier will flip on to first to get the out. Effectively a swinging bunt. Runners moving up to second and third. We go back to the studio and Pito and Phillips. Guys.
1-2 punch. We got Jay Gibbons at the plate here, Steve. And there he goes.
That's the 3 punch right there. That's a bomb. Jay Gibbons, pretty good home run stroke.
O's trying to stop a 4-game losing skid, looking good up at Tampa Bay, 5-0.
Bill and Steve, thank you very much. Here 3-2 Atlanta, but trouble for the Braves. Second and third for Philadelphia, and Abraham Nunez will pinch hit in Myers' spot. He will hit for the pitcher with 2 down and 2 men ready to score on a single. Jimmy Rollins would follow, but Myers out now. And it's into the hands of the pinch batter, Abraham Nunez.
It's a tough spot when you're a pitcher in the National League here. It's absolutely the right move by manager Charlie Manuel. But you know what? By making this move, it means it's the end of the night for pitcher Brett Myers.
Nunez fouls that one off his foot and goes down quickly just outside that batter's box off the top of that foot.
Really have seen a lot of cut fastballs out of Cormier, and that's what happens here. Nunez sees it up and out over the plate. The movement takes it in on his hands, and he just fires it right down into that right ankle.
Did you see the look on Cal's face when Renteria fouled that ball off his foot earlier?
I know. He said he's not going to miss that part of it. You know one thing about Cal Ripken. He will miss competing, particularly at this level, but he finds a way to compete in other sports.
A pleasure to have him with us. That's in there for a strike on Nunez.
I'll tell you what, too, Bart, I know you're just like me. I don't read many books, not about that, but the Ripken way, I will find time to read this book, and I know one thing. I will learn a lot about baseball by doing that.
I think a lot of youth coaches should pick it up.
Absolutely.
Here's the 1-2. Check swing. Did he go? The appeal. No, says Wally Bell. No strike. 2-2.
It's amazing, as big as this field is and all that goes on, how something as simple as this can be the difference between a win or a loss. If that's called strike 3, the inning is over. All of a sudden, the Braves would hit in the bottom of the 6th. But no, he gets another pitch. What will he do with it?
Talk about competitive. Look at Bobby Cox over there. Swung on and missed for strike 3. Cormier comes back and fans him nonetheless. Big-time effort there, but the Phillies get another. It's 3-2 Atlanta in the 6th.
We need you to come with us.
What the hell is this?
It's Hunt. I know it's Hunt.
What else you got?
Rated PG-13 in theaters everywhere May 5th.
Good.
Introducing the unusually spacious all-new Kia Optima. Now that's big.
It's ready.
Introducing Gillette Fusion Hydrogel. Fusion's hydrating emollients and lubricants form an invisible layer that protects your skin from the first stroke to the last, adding more comfort to your shave. New Gillette Fusion Hydrogel.
Hey, neighbor.
Hey, buddy.
Mobile Clean 5000, huh?
This here stuff's the real deal. It protects for 5,000 miles.
Tougher men demand a tougher oil. Tough stuff. Mobile Clean 5000. It's the only conventional oil tough enough to guarantee protection of critical engine parts for 5,000 miles.
Mobile Clean 5000.
Seriously, tough oil.
Home half of the sixth coming up. The Braves batting. That's Andrew Jones' side. And as we give a look at the game summary, you see it's tight. 3-2 Braves. Hits almost even. And Andrew Jones' home run, a solo shot, has been the difference.
Take a look at a one-run ball game, and I'm telling you, even the opponents know that when you're going up against Bobby Cox, you've got your hands full. He finds a way to win those tight ball games.
Well, Real Cormier would like to do just as well as Lance Cormier, who pitched moments ago for the Braves. No relation between the two. Real, the left-hander, and a veteran taking on Frank Core, McCann, and Betemit, the scheduled hitters here in the bottom of the sixth inning. Frank Core with a very, very tough night. He is 0 for 2 with a fly to right and a ground out to third. Early in the game, he had trouble with a line drive over his head. Then later in the contest, he was charged with an error on a line drive that skipped on by him, then a run scored on that play, as he was charged with an E9.
You know what I see a lot of teams doing against the young, aggressive hitter is it's just kind of trying to wear him out. You see how tight he's squeezing that bat, how much movement's there. I mean, you know that he wants to hit the ball hard.
Just 2 hits so far on the young season. Cuts right over the top of that pitch down into the dirt.
To me, Dave, it's almost like when you got a base runner at first base and you keep throwing over. Well, eventually you're going to wear him down. So what they're doing with Francura, they're teasing him. They're throwing that breaking ball in the dirt. They're throwing the changeup away. And the more pitches he sees, the tighter he grips that bat, and the more difficult it gets to hit the ball hard.
Making sawdust out of that. Terry Pendleton trying to figure out how to get him started the way he was hitting the ball last year. And we showed you that in 70 games, 23 times he had more than one hit in a contest, and all season long. And again, it's only a week, but he's been held to 2 hits in the first 8 games. The 2-2 fouled away.
You see the little tease away with the changeup, and they come right back with the slider, down and in, out of the strike zone. I mean, you know how it is with that base runner. You throw over to first, or he gets a little tired. He doesn't get the same jump, doesn't have the same leg. The same thing is true right now with Francoeur. There's the K zone, there's the breaking ball down and out of the zone, another strike.
2-2 fouled away by Francoeur.
Now, I don't care what it is you're squeezing. I mean, it's almost like lifting weights up there right now. But if you're squeezing it that hard and there's that much tension in your body, right now you're going to be more fatigued than you were when this at-bat started.
Lieberthal setting up, and Cormier fires and left it low again. 3-2. Now the Atlanta Braves have enjoyed some memorable home openers in their history. Opening up the home slate here tonight. None more memorable than April 8, 1974, when Hank Aaron belted that 4th inning 1-0 pitch over the fence for home run number 715. That's in there for strike 3. Francoeur darting off toward first. He can't believe he has struck out. He thought he had ball 4, and everything going against Jeff Francoeur right now.
Well, once it got to the catcher, it looked like a ball, but I'll bet once it cut the corner of the strike zone where the plate was, a strike. There's fastball strike 1, general. There's the tease. There's the splitter down. There's the slider down, strike 2. Splitter again, just off the zone. Another slider, another swing at the ball. There it is. There was a good pitch to hit. He couldn't do anything with it. There was the slider down, and then he took the last pitch on the inside corner for that strike 3.
K-Zone brought to you by Nationwide here on Monday Night Baseball. That, by the way, would have been Francoeur's first walk of the season. But instead, he strikes out. One gone as McCann cuts and misses. He has singled and been called out on strikes. And Frank Gore still barking at Carlson.
Well, there's the slider. Now here's the pitch that upset him on right there. See, just catching the top of K's zone there. And, you know, just a great pitch. On a pitch like that, you've got to tip your hat to the guy on the mound because he was better than you on that particular at bat.
Frank Gore 2 for 32 out of the gate for the Braves. With those kind of numbers, you will not get a lot of love from the man behind the plate. 2-1 on McCann. And Cormier delivers and left it outside. Of course, if it continues, and again, you hate to harp on it because he's a very gifted young ball player, showed what he's capable of last year with the hot start out of the gate and a terrific throwing arm. One of the best arms in all of baseball. High fly left field driven deep. Burrell racing back, reaches up and makes a fine play. Pat Burrell all the way to the warning track to take an extra base hit away from Brian McCann. A nifty running play by Pat Burrell.
Remember Bobby Cox comparing McCann to Mike Scioscia with power? Well, this is good power here. Using the opposite field. I mean, that's a nice running play on the part of Burrell. Taking an extra base hit away, but nonetheless, you wait till it warms up a little bit here in Atlanta. That ball's a homer.
Burrell playing with a sore left foot, very sore. In fact, it's become a chronic problem for Pat. But running through that, and here's Betemit taking a strike.
Yeah, he had surgery at the end of last year, and then he re-aggravated again in spring training. They've done all kinds of things with his shoe to try to, you know, release some of that pain. But it's just one of those things that looks like he'll have to deal with all year.
The one pitch is inside for a ball, almost hit him. And for more on that, let's go to Aaron Andrews.
His foot problem, guys, he said is kind of like a joint bone spurs kind of thing. Like you mentioned, said he did have surgery on it. He said he felt it come back in spring training. He's actually trying like a plastic plate in there in his shoe. He said he's just experimenting with it, hoping it gives him some sort of relief.
Well, he seemed to be running free and easy on that fine play on the fly ball by McCann.
You know, it's probably easier for him to run than it is to stand. I mean, you and I can relate. I mean, is there anything worse than having something wrong with your feet? Particularly when you've got to do what he does. And, I mean, that's to be out there on him for 3.5 hours, 162 games a year.
And yet he started the night hitting .316. In tight on Betemit. Looking at Betemit's numbers last year, the Phillies really treated him like a rookie. He went just 4 for 24 against the Philly staff, a 167 average. Does have a hit tonight, and the count moves to 3-2. Last half of the 6th inning, the Braves clinging to a 1-run lead. And Brian Jordan, who has rejoined the Atlanta team, is in the on-deck area, being used as a pinch hitter. Cut and a miss for strike 3. Foul tipped into the mitt, and Lieberthal hung on for the strikeout. Cormier fans 2 in the inning, and it's the top of the order for the Phillies in the 7th when we come back.
Where you go in life is up to you. There's one airline that can take you there. United. It's time to fly.
When does the best-selling car in America become the best car for America? When does an engine become an engine of change? Introducing the first ever gas-electric Camry with hybrid Synergy drive. It's time to move forward.
Put your checkbook to better use. With the Visa check card, you can pay bills like phone, cable, and utilities online or by phone. You may never write a check again.
Top of the seventh coming your way, and a good one here in Atlanta on Monday Night Baseball. The Braves 3 and the Phillies 2. 8-7 the hit lead for Philadelphia. And they'll have their 1, 2, and 3 men. Rollins, Rowan, and Abreu up against one of the new members of the Atlanta Braves. He was acquired in the Arizona deal, Oscar Villarreal.
Everyday Oscar, he was real good a couple of years ago with Arizona. He had some arm problems, but he really looked to be back when we saw him in the World Baseball Classic. He was throwing in the mid-90s, great movement, and the Atlanta Braves hope that he will be able to do that all year long.
Good night going for Jimmy Rollins. A single, a double, a walk, and a run scored. Rollins and fellow All-Star Dontrell Willis both grew up in the Bay Area in Northern California. Dontrell 3 years younger than Jimmy, but if you ask Dontrell Willis flat out, he will tell you there was only one real baseball star at the time, and his name was Jimmy Rollins.
There's nothing he can't do. I've said it before. We've seen him on the Nike baseball trip a few times. There's not a better dancer on earth, I don't think, than Jimmy Rose.
Loops that line foul. In fact, he appeared in a couple of MC Hammer videos growing up as a kid.
He should have starred in them from what we've seen. I mean, he can flat take over anything he wants. He's a funny guy, a great personality, and you know, obviously a wonderful teammate. Pretty good player too.
Yeah. Well, it started in high school. He hit .484 for his career at Alameda High School in Northern Cal. Set dozens of schoolboy records. Dontrell Willis says when Jimmy pitched, he threw it by everybody, and he pitched often. On a blooper down in right field line, but foul.
I mean, they just bring him in from shortstop, as you know a lot of teams can do in high school. They'd have the jam, and they just bring him in, and he'd get out of the inning, and then the following inning he'd go right back out and start at shortstop. You know, you don't see that at the big league level much, but it happens a lot in high school when you've got a guy with the talent of Jay Roll.
And they brought him a new bat. You see what he did during the 38-game hitting streak, which just ended last Thursday. 3 homers, hit .379. Not a very classy move, and of course that hitting streak over 2 seasons, the first 36 games last season. A classy move, I thought, by Tony La Russa to pitch to him on a 3-0 pitch in the Cardinal game. He rips that line drive for his 3rd hit of the contest. So Rollins is 3 for 3. Aaron Rowan coming up here. And for more on his story, Aaron Andrews, he flew all the way back to Chicago for his day off for a rather special reason last week.
He certainly did, Dave. Of course, that was to get his World Series ring last Tuesday, but what an adventure it was getting back there. Now, he had to fly on Monday night after the Phillies home opener. Everything from Philly was either delayed or canceled. He didn't get on a flight till about 3 o'clock in the morning, and he didn't get to his hotel Tuesday morning till about 4:30 a.m. He said if it wasn't for the ring or the birth of a child, he said he would not have gotten on that plane. I guess he got one of the best and loudest ovations at the ballpark. He said it was a good thing he was wearing his sunglasses because he teared up quite a bit.
Rowan in and takes a strike. In fact, Jerry Reinsdorf, the owner of the White Sox, said it was the most emotional part of the day when Rowan got that huge ovation from the crowd there in Chicago at U.S. Cellular.
He was telling Aaron and I that the toughest part for him is like when he's playing the outfield and he just looks down. He said his shoes just don't look the same. That's been a tough adjustment for him.
Has 2 hits tonight as he fouls that one away. Rowan says he will definitely be wearing that World Series ring, however. The 95 diamond, 14-karat white and gold ring he got. It's not going to take up space in a safety deposit box in some dusty old vault. He says, I'm going to wear it because of what it represents, not because it's a great piece of jewelry. He says it's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears and something not many get a chance to wear. I'm going to wear it proudly.
Well, he should, because he was a big part of everything that they did. He tells us that a lot of his teammates are after the day game they had earlier today. They're there in Detroit watching us tonight, checking out their buddy.
Swings and rips a line drive over third, down into the corner. Longerhan's giving chase just shy of the track. Rollins chugging into third. He'll stop there. And it's the third hit of the ball game for Aaron Rowan. And at the top of the order, look out for these two, Rollins and Rowan, over the course of 162 games.
And I guarantee you, A.J. Pierzynski, Joe Creed, that are sitting there watching this are saying, what in the world was he trying to do in his second at-bat when he tried to bunt? Popped up to the pitcher. Other than that, he's been absolutely perfect. Another hard-hit ball down into the corner. He's got his average up well over 300.
Well, 3 for 4 tonight. And they're on at first and third with nobody out. And here come the Phillies again with Bobby Abreu to climb in. He's gone 0 for 3. A strikeout, a ground out to second, and he's also lined out to short. It's interesting, too, that when Rowan went to Chicago to get that hard-won World Series ring, he wore a very sharp-looking gray suit for the ceremony.
I guarantee you, he rented it or borrowed it or something. I've seen him.
Well, it looked like $1 million as it's up and away for a ball on Abreu, but we go back to, you and I were there for the Red Sox ceremony, their ring celebration last April at Fenway Park. And remember Derek Lowe came out and a couple of the other Red Sox who had left Boston, and they put on the Red Sox jerseys over their street clothes. It's a different way of doing it. It's downstairs for a ball on Abreu. Pat Burrell up next.
Boy, the pitching problems continue for the Braves. We've talked about how they've struggled up to this point. Not a whole lot of options down there in that bullpen for Bobby Cox tonight. Ray is a no. Devine is a last resort.
The 2-0 ripped into left. Hit it hard the other way. Longerhan's backing up. He'll make the catch on the warning track. But here comes Rollins tagging up. He's across the plate. And this game is tied at 3. Bobby Abreu hitting it deep and sharply. And he'll pick up his 7th RBI on the sacrifice.
Tell you what, it could be even better right now for the Phillies if it weren't for Langerhan's defense out there in left field. He did a great job cutting off the ball hit by Rowan to keep Rowan at first base. If that would not have happened, with Rowan's speed, he might have been able to tag from second on that ball and get to third with just the 1 out. So this inning could be worse for Atlanta.
Rowan at first base. And Pat Burrell in the box, where he has struck out, grounded out, and lined out hard to the center fielder, Andrew Jones. Burrell has made a fine defensive play himself, a running catch on the warning track. The Phillies have tied it up at 3. They've out-hit Atlanta 10-7. The only error in the game committed by Francoeur of Atlanta in right field. So both starters have long since hit the showers. The pitch is down and in for a ball. Burrell did not do a lot of damage against the Braves last season, despite seeing a lot of them. 19 games worth. He only hit 1 home run against the Braves. But outstanding power, and that one almost hit him. It ran in on the elbow, had to jump back out of the way, and it's 3-0.
To see Villarreal, when we saw him in March, he was throwing 95. I mean, with a lot of movement. Right now, I mean, he's doing everything he can just to get it to 88, and that's not enough when you've got good hitters.
3-0 pitch, right through for the automatic strike. Only 1 out here. Ray throwing in the bullpen. Good live arm there for the right-hander. He can hurry it up there, and a good changeup as well.
Bobby Cox did not want to use him tonight.
3-1 chopped toward the hole. Betemit cuts it off with a second one on the first. Niftily turned by Giles. An outstanding double play turned by the Braves. Villarreal needed that in the worst way. Rowan out and Burrell out on the twin killing. Time now for the 7th inning stretch as we head back to the studio. Time for us to join Bill Pito and Steve Phillips. Gentlemen, take it away.
Dave, thank you very much. First game in the new Busch Stadium. Cardinals in action against the Milwaukee Brewers. Let us take a look. Mark Mulder, the pitcher, Steve. A double and this.
Well, he can pitch, but he's got some power as well. Good rotation, drives it out to right center field. Big home run.
First career home run. Mulder 2 hits and the win. Cards win at 6-4. Pirates and the Dodgers. Jim Tracy going against his former team. Jason Repko had 4 RBIs. Here's a 2-run triple.
Well, with all of the injuries with the Dodgers, some of the role players are getting some opportunities to hit. They're taking advantage of it.
And then Old Meadow signs to the top of the 5th. This is a 2-run home run. LA's won 19 of 23 against Pittsburgh. Jim Tracy loses against his former team. 8-3 is the final. Nats and the Astros. We're in the 12th for the pinch hitter, Eric Brunlett, Steve.
Well, I tell you what, our pretty good pinch hitter, sacrifice fly here. But we got to this point because both Brad Lidge and Chad Cordero gave home runs up to tie the game.
Houston wins it by the final score of 5-4 in 12. So that's your 7th inning stretch. Hope you're enjoying Wednesday Night Baseball. It's the Braves and the Phillies. Stay with us.
Got me chasing down and away last time.
You won't chase down and away again.
Turn on the inside heat.
Inside corner's mine.
Bear down.
Bear down.
Tipping the
Don't
pitch.
tip the pitch.
See the ball.
Get ahead in the
Over.
count.
Arm slot.
Take him up
Back.
the ladder.
Turn on the pitch.
Think you can handle it? Catch up to it?
Give me the heat.
Here comes the heat.
Hit, pitch, and think like a pro with 2K Sports Inside Edge, created by real big league scouts. Get it with Major League Baseball 2K6, the only MLB video game on every major console. Rated E for everyone.
MLB Extra Innings from DirecTV. Over 1,600 games of Major League action. Thanks up to 60 games a week for a price you won't believe. We're talking every hit. Every catch. Every play. It's the most Major League Baseball you can get. MLB Extra Innings from DirecTV. To order, visit directv.com or call 1-800-GET-SPORTS.
Bottom of the 7th inning, Atlanta coming up, all tied up with the Philadelphia Phillies at 3-3. A look back over the years at championship baseball at Atlanta Fulton County Stadium and here at Turner Field as well in the World Series championship trophy of 1995. The Braves with 14 consecutive division titles, winning it all in 95. On to do the pitching here. It's a Franklin, Ryan Franklin. And a right-hander who was suspended last year for violation of Major League Baseball's drug prevention and treatment program. Went 8-15 with Seattle as a starter with an ERA of 5.10.
He knows what he's doing out of the bullpen. No, he came up as a reliever with Seattle. He earned his stripes. He got into the rotation. His first 2 appearances last year with the Mariners were out of the bullpen. So he's had experience here.
Pete Orr batting out of the pitcher spot here. That'll be Giles and Renteria, the top of the order. This one served to Utley. An easy stop for the second baseman. And 1 man out. We invite you to watch your team's out-of-market games live from anywhere. It's live Major League Baseball right to your desktop. Go to ESPN.com and search MLB TV and sign up today. 1 away for Giles. Hitless on the night. He's 0 for 3. He has struck out, lined out, and grounded out to the third baseman. He is the new leadoff man with Rafael Furcal having left via free agency to sign with the Los Angeles Dodgers. So it's Giles' job to do, and he's doing a good job of it, getting on base. He's got 11 walks, which is the most in the majors.
Yeah, an on-base percentage over 500 coming into play tonight. But in fairness to him, we've got to go back to what we mentioned to begin with. He is not at 100%. He injured that quad. Probably wouldn't have played if it weren't for opening day and the fact that Chipper Jones was put on the DL. His bat, his presence is needed.
Giles had to come out of the game in San Francisco yesterday after tweaking that quad in the 5th inning. He's still swinging for the fences, as he always does, with that big cut, but he said, I felt like that thigh was about to blow.
Well, you know, and you need those legs, too, to hit pitches like that. If you're protecting something, a lot of times you're not going to get the bat out there on a pitch that a lot of times you could handle.
He's one of the few veterans. They need him healthy as he bends away. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Well, he's had some injuries the last couple of years, but they've just been simply bad luck. I mean, this kid plays so hard. You saw the great double play that he turned. He's one of the better second basemen in baseball today.
See his numbers when he can get a lot of advance, and he strokes this one deep to left center. Sailing deep, headed for the wall. It's gone. A home run. Apparently, Giles' legs are just fine as he launches one out of the ballpark and puts the Braves back in front 4-3. His first home run of 2006.
I mean, he got blown away on a fastball. And Franklin thinking that all of a sudden he could come back and do it again. Giles made a nice little adjustment. He gets the bat out in front of home plate. But then look at what happens here. I mean, he almost misses the bag. Then he stumbled. And I will guarantee you he injured that leg even more so right there.
Up high on Renteria, the shortstop, 1 for 3. But home run number 1 on the young season for Giles. You forget, given his size and the fact that he's a middle infielder, he hit 21 home runs 3 years ago. Renteria takes a strike. Langerhans up next.
It's got to be frustrating for the Phillies. I mean, they had a couple of base hits. They had the sac fly, men on base. What happens for Charlie Manuel? The double play, the great turn by Giles, and then Giles turns it into another lead.
High fly, twisting down the right field line, but foul off the bat of Renteria, who has, by the way, hit in all 8 games he's played with Atlanta.
But just thinking about it, I mean, normally it's over, right? I mean, they got the lead. Atlanta. It's the Atlanta Braves. Their pitching staff. This isn't the pitching staff of past for Bobby Cox. There's still a lot of baseball left.
And still really looking for that definable closer. Ground ball to third and gobbled up by Bell. Goes on to get Renteria. Right now it is Chris Rietzma who has the stuff to do that job, but he blew a save yesterday. A chance to salt the win away in San Francisco. And the bullpen has been burning Atlanta in the early going.
I agree with you. Rietzma does have the stuff, but the problem, he's not consistent enough with the command of his fastball. People know that. They look for that great changeup, and when you're only looking for one pitch, it's a lot easier to hit it.
Langerhans on tonight, a walk, a single, and a strikeout. 4-3 Atlanta. A couple of home runs here in the 5th and again in the 7th inning by the Braves' Betts. Andrew Jones with his 3rd of the year in the 5th inning. That was a solo drive. Just seconds ago, Marcus Giles with a solo home run. The loss tonight puts Philadelphia at 1-6.
You know, you think back to last year in the National League East, every team in that division was 500 or better. And when you look at the talent of the Phillies, you got to feel like that they are going to be there again this year. A lot of people think that they can contend again. I mean, they were only 1 game out of the playoff last year, only 2 games behind these Atlanta Braves.
Well, they say you don't lose a pennant in April, and that's very true, but keep in mind the Phillies got off to a cold start last April. They went 10-14, and they finished just 2 games out of first place. So you have to admit it hurt outside on Langerhans.
Well, in 1 game behind the Houston Astros in the wild card, who, as we remember, went to the World Series.
And it is going to be a brutally tough division again. You point out everybody finished 500 or better last season. First time in National League history that's happened in any division. It's happened only once in the American League back in 1991 in the American League West. It figures to be very, very tough again, in particular with those improved New York Mets. We're off to an excellent start.
Oh, we're kind of fired up the way it's scheduled right now. Next Monday, you and I will have these Braves against those Mets with Pedro Martinez on the mound.
In Monday Night Baseball, the pitch is inside at the knees on Langerhans. Andrew Jones up next. He's already homered tonight, coming off 51 home runs last season. And 128 runs batted in to lead the National League. 47,332, a sellout here in Atlanta for their home opener. Squib past third. That's going to be a fair ball. Just inside the bag. Some nifty hitting by Langerhans, and he trots into second with a double. Little cue shot just inside the base.
Bobby Cox saying before the game, when asked why he would hit Langerhans third, he says, well, you know what? He says he's been getting his hits. And that's exactly what he did there. He talked about Betemit. He talked about McCann. I could throw them in that spot. But he says, you know what? I'm going to give the kid a shot. He has to like what he's seen. This kid has always been good defensively, and he is off to a great start offensively this year.
Rich Doobie, the pitching coach, making that visit to the hill. You have first base open. A 1-run lead for Atlanta. They They got the chops going here at Turner Field. Andrew Jones already with 13 RBIs in the early games. Do you pitch to him here or do you put him on?
I wouldn't pitch to him. I would have a left-hander, probably Arthur Rhodes up and ready in the bullpen. Bolts is still down there to come in to face the LaRoche, who struggled against left-handers a year ago.
Mark Carlson out to the hill. He wants to break up this long conference as we go back to the 5th inning. And Andrew Jones in home run form.
Take a look at it. Picking on the biggest part of the ballpark. Rolling back to the 400 mark. Ran out of room. You can see the excitement there on the part. There's Giles at the top step. You know what? Giles said, hey, you know what? That feels good. I think I'm going to let everybody high-five me, which he did in his very next at-bat.
Well, they're not going to walk him automatically. And he gets a pitch to hit. Oh, it takes a bounce for Bell, who hung in there and throws him out. Another fine play by David Bell. He's made a couple of those tonight. But nobody able to go over the other side of that wall to catch Marcus Giles' home run ball. His solo home run has untied it again. The Braves lead it 4-3 as we go to the 8th in Atlanta.
Chevy makes the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. And now they're making it easier to drive one. Down payment assistance from Chevy. You choose a Silverado or Colorado, Chevy will help you get in it. Down payment assistance. A better way to buy or lease a new Chevy pickup. Chevy, America's #1 brand, America's #1 value. Enough said. Chevy, an American revolution.
What's that? Business casual slacks? Chintz pillows? No more. Time to be a man again. And it starts in the shower. This gets you clean.
New Dial for Men body wash. Be a man. Take back the shower.
Good news. I got promoted.
Better news. I got DirecTV.
I have a $1,700 expense account.
I have over 1,700 movies a month.
I just got an assistant.
I just got 4 premium movie channels free for 3 months. Get over 155 channels for $29.99 a month. Call 1-800-DIRECTV.
Energizer E-squared lithium batteries let you take up to 630 photos in digital cameras versus up to just 90 with leading ordinary alkaline batteries. Energizer E-squared lithium keeps going.
You've always been competitive. That's why you choose GNC's Mega Men Sport Multivitamin. It's balanced nutrition and energy support for optimal health and athletic performance. Plus, it's enhanced with antioxidants, prostate, and heart support. At GNC, we believe a quality life starts from within. Live well.
Steroids can really damage your body. They can cause tendons to tear and bones to stop growing, damage kidneys, destroy the liver, even cause heart attacks and strokes. Not to mention something else they can do to a guy's body. Find out more about the dangers of using steroids. Visit drugfree.org.
Starting to get late here on a Monday night in Atlanta with the Braves on top 4-3. The Phillies with 10 hits to the Braves 9. And Chase Utley will lead things off here in the 8th against the newest Atlanta pitcher, Ken Ray. A great story here with this right-hander. He's been around a long time, go back to 1993 in the Royals organization, but he was not even invited to the Braves camp in spring training as a non-roster guy. They brought him in because they needed some extra pitches to kind of fill things out, get a couple of innings of work in, and he just kept impressing. And every time he threw better and better.
I just love stories like this. One of my favorite words is persevere. And you got to feel like this kid has every bit of that memorized. Fastball, decent velocity. We hear he's got a great changeup. This might be a spot we see it in.
The 1-1 to Utley, hammered into the dirt, scooped up by LaRoche with a nice stop. One man out in the 8th. Now for a Sports Center 30 at 30 update, we head back to the studio. Here's Bill Pito.
Dave, DNA testing failed to connect any members of the Duke University lacrosse team to the alleged rape of a stripper. This according to attorneys for the athletes. The attorneys say the test results prove their clients did not sexually assault and beat a stripper at a team party on March 13th. Ricky Williams' appeal of his drug suspension was heard today in front of NFL attorney Jeff Pash, who has not yet made a ruling. Next Sports Center at 11 p.m. Eastern, and news all the time on ESPN News.
Thank you, Bill. Ryan Howard going after the very first pitch, swings right through it. He has an infield single. He's added another base hit, and he's gone 2 for 3 tonight. the 2005 National League Rookie of the Year. Another swing and a miss, and quickly he falls behind, 0-2.
Don't you think quickly the Atlanta Braves have figured something out with Mr. Howard? He can hit that fastball, but he has really struggled with anything off speed thus far tonight.
Ray trying to punch him out and left it a little low. David Bell on deck. The Phillies played their first 6 games at home before coming out on this road trip starting tonight, and went 1-5 out of the gate. High pop up in a short left, and Langerhans has all night to get underneath it. 2 up and 2 down in the 8th inning. And David Bell approaching the play next. He's gone 2 for 3 with an RBI single tonight.
Let's go back and take a look at the scouting report. Watch the changeup. Down and away. Swing and a miss. Very next pitch, very same thing. Now you try to get him to go again. You miss a little bit more. He doesn't do that. Just climb the ladder. Fastball up and out of the plate. If that would have been the first pitch, I mean, he might have hit that ball out of the ballpark. But it was set up nicely, as most of the time you will see happen with Atlanta.
Howard, a big guy, 6'4", 250 pounds or so. If he hits it, it will go all night. But just a couple of singles so far this evening.
They were telling me today that it stays in the air a long time.
Bell needing the 2 hits just to bring his average to 176, but he's actually played an outstanding game for the Phillies, perhaps in a losing cause, but still time here. It's outside for ball.
This guy was a good player in San Francisco, and ever since he came to Philly, it's been nothing but injuries. I mean, he's played through a lot of them. He's as tough as they come. There's a history of that in his family, but you just would like to have seen him at 100% what he could have done.
3rd generation big leaguer, of course, the Bell family, and all great fielders. I grew up watching his dad, Buddy Bell, play that position, play third base as well as anybody around. And a terrific clutch hitter. Slicing liner headed for the corner. That's going to fall foul just off that chalk line. He almost had his 3rd hit of the game.
You know, just speaking of that family tree, back in June of '04, David Bell hit for the cycle against Montreal. His grandpa Gus also did that, and that was the first ever grandpa-grandson in the history of baseball.
And David, 3rd in the National League in fielding chances at third base last year. And tonight, he's turned a couple of those chances into outstanding plays. 255 lifetime. Not a whole lot of power at third base. The 3-2 is down low for ball 4. So the 8th inning still alive and kicking. We go back to K-Zone, presented by Nationwide.
Well, the book on Mark Carlson, I mean, he's consistent. He's more of a pitcher's umpire than he is a hitter's, but he will not give you that low strike. He has not done it all night long. David Bell, to his credit, knew that and took it for ball 4.
And Lieberthal scheduled a bat, but Charlie Manuel will go to his bench here. And Shane Victorino is going to bat for the catcher. So Lieberthal leaves the premises.
About partner, the injuries to David Bell, the same holds true for Mike Lieberthal. He's had knees reconstructed. He had to have knee surgery again at the end of last year. A great player, a Gold Glover, a good offensive guy, a power guy, but not the same player now that he was years ago.
So now Roger McDowell heads on out to the pitcher's mound to go over the scouting report on Victorino, the catcher and the pitcher, and that brings up the point that Leo Mazzoni is no longer here. He is in Baltimore as the pitching coach. Longtime Atlanta stalwart in that dugout next to Bobby Cox, no longer here.
You know, and I asked Bobby before the game about that, and he says, I can't win. If I say anything good about Leo, the other guy is going to be sensitive to it, and he's not going to go the other way around. Roger McDowell will be fine, but you take a look at what he's up against. I mean, this is like trying to replace Cal Ripken as a shortstop for the Orioles. This guy dominated. He was good as he ever is, and he's being paid accordingly now.
So McDowell takes over. Pretty good closer in his own right. 159 saves as a big league pitcher. As Victorino goes after the very first one and loops it foul back out of play. The running joke in Orlando at Braves spring training was, well, that's how they were going to solve their closer issue. McDowell was probably the best option of anybody they had, but Rietsma has done his best to step up with mixed results so far. May need Roger tonight, and that one is outside for ball on Victorino.
Well, you think of Roger McDowell. I go back to '86 with the Mets. 14 wins and 22 saves. Yeah, he was getting it done then. He don't look much. Well, he had some hair.
Yeah.
You know, that he had back then and he doesn't have right now.
And one of the great pranksters in recent Major League history says those days are over. You know, the hot foots and the bubble gum on the hat and all that stuff.
Yeah, I wouldn't believe him for a second.
Atlanta on top here, 4-3 in the 8th. But the Phillies with a man on at first and David Bell. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And a crowd of over 47,000 in Atlanta looking for another strikeout in a big spot. Ray fires off the middle, base hit. That's going to cruise on into center field. Bell advances to second. Victorino with some pretty good hitting there and almost got the umpire John Hirschbeck, who went down to get out of the way.
It was right at him. Take a look at him. Right back up the middle. He leans the wrong way and almost took a bite out of it. He gets out of the way. He gets up to take a look at what might happen. That's a veteran right there. He's ducked a few of those in his day.
So 2 on and 2 out. And now David DeLucci, the man the Phillies picked up to help out with outfield play, guy who's come up with a World Series ring in his own right with Arizona several seasons ago. The Diamondbacks hitting 125 at the moment. Could be a very valuable man for them. Bell and Victorino on the bases here. And suddenly it gets pretty quiet in Atlanta. That's good for some. Ray delivers. And downstairs for ball 1.
You know, Charlie Manuel's going to find a way to get DeLucci into that lineup a lot. This guy, one of the better on-base percentages in Texas the last couple of years. He's got some power. He'll work the count. He's been watching Ray throw a lot of changeups.
Philadelphia just 1 out of 10 on the night with runners in scoring position. It's been a problem since opening day. Bell at second. Victorino at first with 2 away. The right-hander's 1-1 pitch. Off the outside corner. Good eye by DeLucci there.
Well, the other guys earlier in this inning were making mistakes swinging at that pitch. We saw that happen with Ryan Howard early in the count. But DeLucci's been paying attention. He's a veteran. He knows that the changeup is Ray's best pitch.
Here comes the 2-1. Check swing. Did he offer? He did. Wally Bell says, yes, indeed, that's a strike. And it's 2-2 as DeLucci couldn't hold it.
Now you see why it's his best pitch and why he throws it a lot. It's a changeup, but he has such good mechanic. He makes his delivery look like that of his fastball.
The crowd again in Atlanta itching for a K here to retire the side and strand these Phillies at first and second. Another check swing. Again an appeal, but not this time, says Wally Bell. 3-2. And now the runners with 2 down can get a head start.
Boy, he had him set up. All he had to do was hit the glove, but he missed it. McCann tried to bring it back to the corner. They checked for the swing, didn't get it. Now everybody will be off and running. This is a big, big moment in this ballgame.
With Rollins red hot on deck. 2 down, the runners go. The 3-2 swung on and missed. He struck him out. Ray's terrific story continues to add new chapters. He strikes out DeLucci, 2 stranded.
The FIFA World Cup. All 64 matches on ESPN.
Brought to you by Dial for Men. Get dialed in at ESPN.com. Keyword dial for a chance to win a mobile ESPN phone and more. And Chevrolet, an American revolution.
The Braves at home in Atlanta and trying to make their home opener a memorable one. They have a 4-3 lead over division rival Philadelphia. A new pitcher on the hill, the 6'2 lefty for the Phillies, the veteran Arthur Rose. Been around a long time. In fact, he broke in with Baltimore way back in 1991. That was the start of Atlanta's run of division titles, and Sal Fasano is his new catcher.
Rhodes still throws incredibly hard for all of the appearances that he has had throughout his career. A little breaking ball, for the most part, you're going to have to hit his number one.
Adam LaRoche 0 for 3 with a pair of strikeouts. He's also flied out the left. Then it's Frank Core, really struggling right now, followed by Brian McCann. So the young Braves try to add on some extra runs here in the late stages.
You know, their offense should get a lot better with these two guys coming up here in the bottom of the 8th inning, getting better. LaRoche now has already struck out 12 times here in the early going this year.
The 2-1 hits the corner. So all even on LaRoche, who's homered twice, has good power. Left-hand hitters hit 286 off of Rhodes last year. Right-handers 155. So kind of a flip of what you would expect. 2-2 is outside and low. And we'll see if Jeff Francoeur can bust loose out of this early season slump, or if it's actually a continuation from the late stages of last year with the National League just figuring out the young hitter. That's a gap shot into left center field. Rowan and Burrell won't get there. It skips on by Rowan to the fence. And it'll be extra bases, 2 of them for Adam LaRoche. He has a double to start the 8th inning. So Francoeur coming up, trying to get out of this slump, and we asked Chipper Jones before the game what advice he would give to the struggling youngster.
Going out there with a game plan every at bat, and things are going to turn around for you. He's hit the ball pretty good last couple games. Just hit some bullets right at Omar Vizquel, and you're not gonna get so many hits when you hit it at Omar Vizquel. So he's going to be fine. He's off to a rough start. We had him on suicide alert last night on the plane ride home, but he's going to be fine.
You know, and Bobby Cox also, before he says anything in any meeting, he starts it off with, keep working hard, and we'll get to where we want to be. And that was also some advice. Chipper Jones said, hey, just listen to what the skipper says. And you know what? He will continue to work hard, and obviously he's going to get out of that.
2 for 32. An RBI hit right here. Even a little dribbler by the bag would do him a lot of good. He squibs this one off his own foot. So isn't that the way of it when you're 2 for 32? Not only is it always 0-2 on the scoreboard on your count, but you're fouling the ball off your doggies.
Yeah, you finally hit the ball hard. You know it. You hit it right off yourself. You know, like he talked about, Vizquel picked his pocket in San Francisco, and boy, what a play earlier by David Bell. Great play for Philly. More trouble for Jeff Francoeur.
LaRoche getting his lead at second with nobody out here in the home half of the 8th inning, and it's inside. So really holding to form as far as Rhodes is concerned. Last year we mentioned that left-hand hitters had a lot more success against him, and wouldn't you know, LaRoche spanks the double. He held right-hand hitters to a 155, trying to get Francoeur here, and ahead with a 1-2 pitch on the way. High pop up into left. And there's Burrell to wait all night. He's got it. And Francoeur just can't get out of it. Hitless tonight. And 2 for 33.
You know, I like what Bobby Cox did there, though. Instead of putting pressure and putting the sign on the third base coach, Freddie Gonzalez, to try to get him over to hit behind him, he just turned the kid loose. And a lot of times we forget with Bobby Cox what made him such a great big league manager. The first thing he'll tell you was all of his years as a minor league manager, developing young players, learning, watching their mistakes, being patient. Well, because of that, he was able to develop some of these kids that are playing tonight.
Brian McCann now, he's gone 1 for 3 with a single. He looks at a strike. LaRoche at second with 1 away. The Braves up by 1 in the 8th inning.
I think the biggest reason Rhodes would struggle with a left-hand hitter, he really isn't. His breaking ball is his worst pitch. His fastball is his best by far, and then his off-speed pitch, his change-up, split at times, is better than the breaking ball.
Too high. Wilson Betemit, the stand-in for Chipper Jones, on deck. If you were not with us As we started the broadcast tonight, it was right as we came on the air that Atlanta announced that Chipper Jones has been placed on the disabled list with a grade 1 sprain of the right knee and ankle. Both suffered on the same play yesterday in San Francisco, as he kicked up a divot that Phil Mickelson would have been happy with at the Masters down the road at Augusta. Reed Smith starting to get ready in that bullpen.
I wouldn't mind seeing a couple more runs to go out there and work with in the top of the ninth.
The pause and a 1-2 down low, and Fasano with the stop. 2-2. Now due up for the Philadelphia Phillies when we go to the 9th inning. It's going to be the top of the order, and Jimmy Rollins with 3 hits tonight. Rowan is 3 for 4, and Abreu is 0 for 3, but does have an RBI. Just as the Phillies would like to see it. 1, 2, and 3 in the 9th. 2-2 pitch, fouled away. The Phillies all night long have had the edge in hits. They have out-hit the Braves 11-10 for the evening, and yet down by 1.
Yeah, the Braves didn't get their first hit until the pitcher spot came up in the bottom of the 3rd inning. John Thomson 2 for 2 tonight, and actually threw the ball well right along with that.
He did. And Myers at times really sparkled for Philadelphia. 2-2. Stroke into center field. Rowan is there, now backing up a bit. Gets underneath it. The runner trying to move up. Here comes LaRoche, and the throw will not get him. One thing about the young Braves like LaRoche and Francoeur and McCann and Longerhans, they have all inherited that ability that you see at the big league level of all good ball players. It seems to run the bases effectively. But the question here is, did he leave a little early?
You know, it didn't seem that way to me. There was really no reason to do that because the ball was deep enough. We'll take a look. He's in good shape there. John Hirschback right there in position to make that call. But you know the thing, Bobby Cox, he's not one to take a lot of credit. He gives a lot of credit in a lot of different ways. He talks about the people in the minor leagues that develop the people that are sent up. He says, you know what? They know how to play the game. And Dave, right along with what you said, they know how to run the bases.
Betemit here with a runner at 3rd. He's 1 for 3 tonight, taking inside for ball. He singled in the 4th inning, eventually came around to score. He's also struck out twice. $47,332 available here on opening night to cheer on LaRoche, the runner at 3rd, should he come on in to score. And that would give Atlanta a 2-run lead going to the 9th. Two men out here in the bottom of the 8th, and Rhodes from the stretch. In for strike.
Well, a lot of strikeouts for Atlanta tonight. Sure, Brett Myers was good, but they have struck out in every inning with the exception of the last inning, that being the 7th.
Jordan on deck, the 2-1, lashed that foul away. And right over the head of the former Atlanta second baseman, Glenn Hubbard, now the first base coach for Bobby Cox.
It's not hard to get it over Hubby's head.
I knew you were going there.
Bobby loves those second basemen built just like that, doesn't he? You know, you remember Mark Lemke, sure. Hubbard, and of course now Marcus Giles.
The 2-2. Base hit right field. That'll chase in LaRoche. Betemit comes through in the clutch. So in his first game standing in for Chipper Jones, so far so good. He's 2 for 4. That RBI single makes it 5-3 Atlanta.
And in a game earlier this year that Chipper Jones missed, Betemit played in that game, and he actually homered in that ball game. Boy, 2 out hits with runners in scoring position. Hard to come by, but a really nice approach from the right side by Betemit. There was a little gap between first and second, and he just played pepper with the right fielder.
So wiggle room for Atlanta thanks to Betemit. That'll send to Brian Jordan to pinch hit. The veteran has homered so far in the young season. He's hitting .286. And he has come back from an assortment of injuries. to get a couple of more, perhaps, sunshiny days and nights here in Atlanta.
He's had some good days in Atlanta, not only with the Braves, but with the Falcons as well.
Big cut and a miss there as he went for the fences. 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, the Braves did not score in the first 3 innings. Then got 2 in the 4th. Got the solo home run from Andrew Jones in the 5th. A solo shot from Marcus Giles in the 7th. And have added a solo run here in the 8th. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
You know, you have to marvel at guys that get to the big leagues in any sport. But when you find a guy like Brian Jordan that have done it in more than one sport, that's some kind of talent.
Played in the Falcons defensive backfield as well before converting full-time to baseball. There's the 1-2. Wasted outside by Rhodes.
Actually played with Deion Sanders, as we all know, was able to do that.
Deion Sanders, the only man in the history of professional sports to hit a home run in a major league game and run back a punt for a touchdown in the same week. Betemit at first base with a tiny lead. The 2-2 check swing foul right over the dugout. Well, the inning started with an Adam LaRoche double. It looked like he was going to be stranded out there when Francoeur flied out and McCann flied to center. But Betemit comes up with a clutch hit as he lashes an RBI single to right field. And the Braves open up a 2-run advantage in the 8th inning. The 2-2 moves him back, and now the count fills up on Brian Jordan. Giles, the on-deck hitter, homered his last time up. The Braves beginning their 40th home season in Atlanta tonight. The 3-2 pitch. Check swing, and that's inside for ball 4. So Jordan is on. Giles coming up. Let's go downstairs to Aaron Andrews. Aaron.
Well, you saw in that graphic for Brian Jordan, 39 years young. I talked to him about kind of being the Julio Franco in the Braves clubhouse right now, the oldest guy. He said, it's really hard for me to get used to this role. I want to play every day. I feel like I can still do it, but I know that Bobby Cox has me in there to be a mentor to these young kids. And to add what you said earlier with Chipper and Jeff Francoeur, he said, Frenchie came up to me this week and said, this has been the worst week of my life. Brian Jordan looked at him and said, kid, you're in the major leagues. You're going to have much worse weeks than this. Get over it, get used to it, and get out there.
That's a great point right there, just to remind the kid, you know what, it can't be that bad. You got an Atlanta Braves uniform on. Is that not what you dreamed of your whole life? And you know, it helps to have a guy like Brian Jordan, and I don't know that Chipper ever struggled like that, but you know, to talk about the problems that they had, the times that they had to pull themselves out of it. I remember in '92, my first year with the Orioles, Cal Ripken was hitting about 150 when the month of May started. He was trying to figure it out, but when the year was over with, he was back to that 275, 280.
What did Cal tell us earlier tonight? That he had something like a 4 for 64 stretch, something like that, early in his career. Well, here's Giles. He's gone 1 for 4 with a home run. Runners at first and second, 2 down. The Braves bidding for more here in the 8th inning. Giles home run in the 7th inning, his first of the year.
Well, you can see there, Rhodes has not been able to do anything with his off-speed pitch. And then Marcus Giles, just the last fastball you saw, you hit out of the ballpark.
Betemit and Jordan on the bases. Right through there for a strike, back to the 7th. And that big cut by the little second baseman.
Boy, it was a big home run, too. I mean, on a night like this, the ball's not carrying. It's cool. You got to hit it to get it.
And that untied the game and put the Braves back in front 4-3. 2 balls and 1 strike. Long inning for the veteran Rhodes. 31 pitches in this frame. Facing his 6th man here in the 8th inning. Ground ball sharply hit. Another 5-stop. Bell spins and gets him. Boy, he's put on a clinic defensively at third base tonight. So far, it has not been enough to stop those runs. The Braves lead at 5-3. Last call for Philadelphia as they go to the top of the order in the ninth.
Can I talk to you for a second?
About what?
Well, things like the trash and dishes in the sink. Kind of made a mess here. Didn't really clean up after.
Okay.
Hey, this is Otto. Your complaint is important to me, so at the sound of the tone, please speak clearly and slowly, and I will get back to you.
DirecTV is the ultimate way to experience NASCAR. Teams know it. Officials know it. Fans know it. This season, we're proud to be an official NASCAR sponsor. When it comes down to the finish, all eyes are on DirecTV. NASCAR, driven by DirecTV.
Yep. I'm going to have the sausage breakfast bistro
Cool, I'm
sandwich.
going to get the ham breakfast bistro sandwich.
Whoa, duh. I don't think so. Why not? Dressed like that, you're going to get a breakfast bistro sandwich? Are you kidding me?
Just because you're wearing a suit, you're more fit to eat a bistro sandwich?
Maybe a corn dog would be more to your outfit's liking.
Breakfast bistro sandwich. New at Sonic. Eggs, cheese, and bacon sausage or ham on toasted ciabatta bread. And now swipe a credit or My Sonic card from your car. Only at Sonic.
At Olive Garden's cooking school in Italy, Chef Neri teaches our chefs the secrets that make our new chicken caprese so good. Like how to layer fresh basil, tomato, and mozzarella with a delicious garlic butter sauce. Old secrets, new inspirations at Olive Garden.
Introducing the new John Deere Select Series featuring four-wheel steer. Maneuverability has reached the turning point. See our entire new line at johndeere.com.
Monday Night Baseball on a sparkling night in Atlanta. The Braves are sparkling a little bit brighter. They have a 5-3 lead over the Phillies. Top of the ninth inning, top of the order for the fighting Phils. They'll send up Rollins, Rowan, and Abreu. A tough list against Chris Rietzma in his first year as the Braves' full-time closer. And he fires in a strike to get started on Rollins. Rietzma just blew a save in San Francisco yesterday. You see that high ERA of 9.82. The ground ball back to the pitcher. Rietzma will throw on to get Rollins, and a great way to start for the right-hander. Rollins had been 3 for 3. One man out the ninth.
And I'll tell you what, that second run they picked up in the bottom of the 8th inning, that base hit by Betemit was huge for Rietzma because it tells him one thing: don't walk anybody. Don't walk anybody. If you give up a home run, you still have the lead, so he can be aggressive in the strike zone with both his fastball and changeup.
That sends up Aaron Rowan, newly acquired from the world champion Chicago White Sox. A .318 average, no homers and an RBI. Has 3 singles and a stolen base tonight. It's 16 stolen bases for Ozzie Guillen's team last season, so good speed out there. But right now, the Phillies need base runners. Down by 2 in the ninth. Abreu and then Burrell to follow. Should it get to Pat Burrell? And the count 2-0.
Boy, no reason for that. I mean, to me, on that first pitch with Rietzma, 2-0, and you got to throw it right down the middle to get ahead of him. He's got to take. He's wanting to get on base. You see, he's had a real good night with Rollins. The rest of the lineup is not.
Taking all the way, and that's in there for a strike. 2-1.
Rowan's never faced Rietzma before. I mean, he's going to take a look. He's got to get on base. That right there should have been the first pitch of this at-bat.
Rietzma pushes and delivers. Line drive, caught out of the air. Renteria, an easy play. 2 down. And it has the makings of a very easy 9th inning for Rietzma and the Atlanta defense.
It does right now because Rietzma has had a lot of success against Bobby Abreu, just 1 for 9. The thing is, you don't want him to get on because the next guy is hitting almost 500, that being Burrell, with a homer off Rietsma. So this is the guy you want to get out. You want to get him out and get ahead on that first pitch.
After the game, join us on ESPN News for post-game extra. We have more on tonight's game from Turner Field in Atlanta. Abreu takes the first one outside for ball one. Bobby tonight has gone 0 for 3, although he does has a sac fly and an RBI. That was in the 7th inning. The man who drew 100 walks last season for Philadelphia, yet again looks at a strike.
Roger McDowell will talk to Rietsma after this game no matter what happens. He'll talk about the first pitch to Rowan. He'll talk about the first pitch to Abreu, saying, hey, you know what? You're being too fine. Give yourself more credit. That's how you develop a closer.
The 1-1. High chopper on the infield. Tough play. LaRoche scoops it over in time out of the glove. Beautifully done to end the ball game as the Braves salt away a 5-3 win over the Philadelphia Phillies. LaRoche leaving the bag, scooping, and then flipping it over very niftily to the pitcher, Rietsma, covering first base to end it, as the Braves hang on for a 5-3 win in their home opener.
Some of the big questions the Braves had coming into this season were, could Giles lead off? Yes, he can. Could Renteria bounce back? Yes, he has. And could Rietsma be the closer? Well, he was terrific tonight. They did not get a ball out of the infield. He gets Abreu on the nice play by himself at first, and a nice win in opening night for the Atlanta Braves.
Exactly what a closer loves to hear. An uneventful save as he winds up putting this one into the win column for Atlanta. 5-3. Villarreal gets the win. Franklin takes the loss, and Rietsma bounces back from a tough day in San Francisco, seemingly just hours ago, as the Braves win it 5-3. And home runs for the Braves tonight by Marcus Giles and by Andrew Jones. Andrew Jones, his 3rd of the season. So plenty of offense tonight with 11 hits per side, but in the end, some fine pitching by Rietsma is exactly what they needed.
There really was, but when you go back to the beginning of the day, the first inning, 2 hits for Philadelphia, no run scored. Second inning, 2 hits, no run scored. Third inning, they had a leadoff double and did not score that run. So you get down to the latter part of the game, they lost by 2 runs, but they could have done some damage, gotten an early lead. They did not.
Tough start for the Philadelphia Phillies as they fall to 1-6 on the season. Coming up next on ESPN, it's baseball tonight, and on ESPN News, more from Turner Field. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. Again, your final, the Braves 5 and the Phillies 3 here on Monday night. For Rick Sutcliffe, Aaron Andrews, and our entire crew, I'm Dave O'Brien saying good night from Atlanta, Georgia.
Welcome, everyone. This is Baseball Tonight right out of the box, and they opened up the new box. It's known as Busch Stadium.
You expect that kind of power from him, maybe not so much by the little guy at the top of the order, Marcus Giles, a big home run late in the game, joined moments ago by our own Aaron Andrews.
All right, well, Marcus Giles, of course, not even supposed to be in the lineup tonight because of a strained quad. How were you able to crank out your first home run of the season with that injury?
Got lucky, I guess. It's been a little rough with the quad, but the guys inside the trainer's done a great job wrapping it up and getting me through the game. And, you know, I think tonight was just a great performance out of our starting pitcher. JT did a great job, ate up some innings for us, give our bullpen a little bit of a rest, and it worked out.
We had a shot of you as you were rounding the bases. You kind of grimaced a bit. What happened there?
Sometimes it just bites you a little bit. It'll let you know that it's there, I guess. But it just bit me a little bit, but nothing that a little ice can't take care of in there, I guess.
Well, that's good to hear, of course. Marcus, yesterday you said as the team left from your road trip, it's good to get home. We need to get back. What are some things during this homestand this team needs to address?
Obviously, we need, you know, our starting pitcher needs to go a little further, and we need to give our bullpen a little bit of rest. And I think we just need to just clean it up overall, just kind of tighten up our game a little bit. And being a rough road trip as it was, you know, I think we went 3-4, something like that. And you know, this homestand can really make up for it. So I just think we need to take this game and roll with it into the week.
All right, Marcus, thanks. Congratulations on the home opener.
Aaron, I appreciate it.
Guys?
Aaron, Marcus, thank you very much. A nice win in the 40th home opener for the Atlanta Braves, 5-3 over the Phillies. But we have to talk on